Well, hello and everybody coming on. So for all of the sensors out there, I want you to know that everything I'm showing, everything I'm talking about comes from medical peer-reviewed human trial studies. It's been proven safe. It's been vetted, examined by the top weight loss, nutrition physiologists, medical doctors in the world. Everything I'm showing here is absolutely real. Nothing is photoshopped, nothing's made up. We're nutritional researchers. We've been doing this 23 years. We've written 4 best-selling books, appeared 20 times on PBS, and over 1,500 live lectures around the world. So everything that we share with anybody is based on medical studies and medical proof. We do not give people opinions, and we don't make claims. So what I'm going to do today, I'm going to show you the contrast between traditional diets and this new protocol that took 40 years of research, over 100 studies, thousands of people to determine why traditional diets were failing us so badly and how this new protocol is changing everything and is going to make every diet out there obsolete. So I think, hello, a lot of you joining, Kalar, Cynthia, S. Gring, Jod. And again, if you like the content as we go along, tap on the screen, it gives likes, it helps the algorithm. This website, where you can see right above our head there, the New Health Conversation, it's the free medical website. If you go there, we won't contact you. I promise you we don't do that. We want to let the medical proof do its own talking. Right above in black, you can see there, coaching, free coaching to ensure. The coaching is 100% free. So I just want you all to know that website is for the world. It's for everybody to see the medical proof. There's no hype. This is live. This is not an infomercial. This is absolutely a medical podcast, and all we give is real medical proof and information. Now, for many of you, this may shock you. It may change your opinion about everything. But again, we're only going to show you the medical proof. I want to spend a lot of time today talking about what did she do? How did she do it? How did the other people? I'm going to show you other pictures that are just as amazing. Here's this young woman here. She only had to lose 35 pounds. She lost 21 pounds, 38 inches in 30 days. And look at the change in her body. Dr. Ray Garumbo, Cat Lady, Vicky Hall, who else? Beth. So anyway, for Dr. Ray, all I'm going to do today is I'm going to share from 10 peer-reviewed human trial studies on this new protocol. How in the world are people losing this kind of weight safely with no loss of water weight, and they actually measured gaining 6 to 9% lean muscle mass, and no one was allowed to exercise? Does that sound interesting to everybody? So let's start first. Let's just go through real quickly some of the pictures. Julie, for example, that is 35 pounds in 37 days. Look at the change in her body composition. It's not photoshopped. It's not AI. This is for real. It's making every diet out there completely obsolete. There'd be no reason to do a diet. If you have access to this, it's safe and proven after 40 years of research, 40 years, 100 studies, thousands of people, by what are rated the number one, the top weight loss nutrition physiologists in the world, not rated by me, but by the rating services. There's actually a rating service. It's called, I want to get it straight here, the H, like Harry, Index, and they rate researchers based on how many studies they've published and how many times they've been cited, okay? To give you an idea, it's not 0 to 100. They have a different scale, but here's the scale. If you're really a top-notch researcher, you get a rating of about 20. The Nobel Prize winners, their rating was 30. This researcher that headed up the team that did this, his rating is 46. He's been cited more than 9,800 times. These are the top people in the world. So there's no discussion with me. I didn't do the research, but we're sharing it with you. But again, let's start out looking at this. 60 pounds in 3 months is not a misprint. That's 5 pounds a week for 3 straight months. Look at the change in her body composition. Look at her arms. Look at her legs. Does everybody see this? If you like what you see in Oscar or Meloni or Texas Sister or a trucker lady or Ogolicious, CC Work, Spency, user 2524, join, say hi. I'm saying hi to all of you, okay? Look, we got a lot to cover. I want to go as fast as I can because everybody wants to know, I know how they did it. Let me show you 2 more pictures, and then I'm going to show you the contrast between the failed. Well, look, we have 80% of America overweight, 50% obese, 50% pre-diabetic. Would anybody like to put in the chat diets you think work long-term? There's no evidence to support that. None. Zero. We're getting bigger and bigger and bigger every year, and yet we have more and more diets. Something's terribly wrong. I'm going to explain it to you in a moment, okay? Let's take a look. Now let's take a look at some of the men. Look at this, everybody. 40, almost 41 pounds in 30 days, 52 and a half inches. Not even the good part of his story. Look at his blood work. I know we got some medical people in here. Look at his A1C. Went from 8.4 to 6.4 in 30 days. How about his triglycerides? 242 to 124 in 30 days. Let's look at one last one, and then I'm going to explain to you how they did this. Andy, 45 pounds, 60 inches in 30 days. Again, look at his A1C from 7.9 to 6.2. But look at the LDL cholesterol from 120 to 59. Cut it in half in 30 days, safely. I lost 45 pounds. And nobody, listen, none of these people were allowed to exercise. So let's go back to page 1 here for just a second. So again, I want you all to see in blue right above our head there, the new health conversation. It's a free medical website to go to. There's nothing to buy there. We will not contact you if you go there. The only thing there is some medical proof. But if you like what you see, you get to choose, not us. We're not going to call you. We don't do that. If you like what you see, scroll down and sign up for a free consultation. It's free coaching the whole time because this program, you know what it's called? R2M, Race to Maintenance. There's only one reason to do this, and that's to lose weight. Yeah, no, I mean, it's not the only reason to do it is not to lose weight, but to improve your health and maintain it for the rest of your life. I lost 40 pounds in 7 weeks, 23 years ago. I've kept it off for 23 years. That's what should excite you. That's what should move you, all right? But let's talk about now. First of all, I just want to do one quick thing. I want to tell you now what's happening in the national with all the big research out there. I'm just going to quote one study that summarizes. I have study after study after study proving the same thing. But this is from Medicare, everybody, so you know. Medicare, they're trying to bring healthcare costs down. The title of the study is Medicare's Search for Effective Obesity Treatments. Their quote, not mine. Diets are not the answer. This is from Medicare, for crying out loud. Listen to what they said. Our researchers reviewed studies of long-term outcomes of calories in, calories out, calorie-restricted diets to assess whether dieting is an effective treatment for obesity. The study showed that 2/3 of dieters regained more weight than they lost in their diets. In summary, there is little support for the notion that diets lead to lasting weight loss or health benefits. What are you doing, all of you? What are you doing? You're counting calories. You're listening to these nice people on all the social media. It's an abject failure. It's a disaster. Compared to this, let's go to look, let's just stay in just a month. How many of you would be excited about losing 20 pounds in 30 days? How did she do it? Okay, I'm going to get right to it. Here's how she did it because these researchers, who I just showed you, are the top weight loss nutrition physiologists in the entire world. They invented, after 40 years, 100 studies, thousands of people. Here's what they figured out. A diet has nothing to do with calories. What? No. A calorie is just a measurement. It's not a real thing. It's the amount of heat it takes to raise a gram of water 1 degree Celsius. Your buddy doesn't care about calories, doesn't know about calories. Why are you counting calories? Because someone told you. No. Here's all a diet is. What the researchers figured out. A diet is nothing more than reducing the quantity of the food you're consuming. And have they ever told you that at the same time you're reducing the amount of nutrition that you're getting? When your brain senses there's not enough nutrition fuel, it freaks out, goes in starvation mode, immediately stops accessing the fuel in your fat cells. Well, the body still needs to run. What does it do? So it goes after your muscles. And now you're doing two of the most unhealthy things you could ever do to yourself by losing lean muscle mass. Number one, your body slows down your metabolism. That's why you lose weight initially on these diets. Then it draws to a trickle. Then you plateau no matter what I talked to a lady today. She's tried HCH. She's tried every diet. She's on the shots, etc. The last 40 pounds, she cannot lose no matter what she's doing. Yeah, well, of course. Because you got to understand, when you lose lean muscle mass, your body slows down your metabolism. It can take you 1 to 8 years to recover from that. But the other thing it's doing to you that's even worse. When you lose lean muscle mass, it slows down your own immune system. You're going on these diets. You're making yourself unhealthy. Yeah, whether you know it or not. So the researchers said, wait a minute, we need to come up with something new after 40 years. So they said, could we give people less food? But can we find foods that don't have anything to do with calories or quantities, only quality, dense nutrition? So here's what they did. Here's what you would do. She got a grocery list of fats, carbs, proteins that the researchers picked out that she went to the grocery store and bought. But instead of basing it on calories, they based it on serving sizes. How much of each? So how much protein, how much vegetable, how much carbohydrate, all laid up. But only 30% of what she ate, because our food in this country is all but nutritionally bankrupt, in case you didn't know it. Oh, well, I eat whole foods and I do organic. Congratulations. 200 studies prove organic is slightly better than regular food nutritionally. And the reason to eat it, it's less polluted. So they limit it. They've done this for 40 years. They tested every damn organic food out there. It never worked long term. So they only let them have 30% of the food for the United States. The other 70% came from other researchers, not these people. These researchers that created this, they don't have any products. They don't have a company. And this is not lotions, potions, pills, capsules, shots. This is revolutionary. So they located other food that other researchers have found foods in Russia, Mongolia, Tibet, and the Himalayas, South America, New Zealand, that represented huge amounts of nutrition, but very small quantities of food. So now what she did, she had a month's worth of food, 30% from a grocery store, and the other 70% from these 5 foods around the world. Okay, so now they had the ingredients, but that wasn't the key. The key was the next thing I'm going to tell you that we were taught, and that is they had 2 new ways of consuming food. 5 days a week, they let her have 4 meals a day. What? Yeah. She started with these 5 foods around the world that the researchers have called the world's most perfect meals from a nutritional standpoint, which is the only thing we care about. I know we eat food, it tastes good, but the only reason you eat food is for nutrition. Okay? That's the problem when you're eating processed food. There's almost no nutrition. You're starving to death no matter how much you're eating. That's what's going on. So 5 days a week, she started with the 5 foods around the world. That was breakfast, no food from the grocery store. Lunch, from the grocery store list. Dinner from the grocery store list. And a 4th meal after dinner, these 5 foods around the world. So imagine 5 days a week, she's having 4 meals a day. That was called protein pacing. It's actually patented by the researchers, okay? The other 2 days a week, 2 days out of 7, she did something. Now, people mishear what I'm saying. I'm going to say it slowly. She did something radically new. Intermittent nutritional fasting. Not fasting, not water fasting, not time-restricted eating. Don't hear the word fasting and think you have what this is. It's not like that. On those days, no food from the grocery store, only these 5 food groups 8 times a day. She was eating every hour and a half to 2 hours. Look at the results. How many of you, seriously, be honest, if someone's willing enough to put it in the chat, if you needed to lose 20 pounds, how long would you give yourself on the best diet out there? I'd love for someone to put it in the chat. So we got Courtney, we got Alma, we got Eduardo, we got Jamie, we have Mama Lena. Again, we got 67 likes. Can we get some more taps on the screen? Do you like this content? It's for all of you to learn, to be aware of. We're not here to sell you or convince you. We don't have anything to sell. We don't sell anything. Neither do the researchers. They want to get this to the world. They want to let the world know we're in desperate trouble. Do you know right now what they estimate? There's 1 billion people, 1 billion worldwide, clinically obese, not just overweight. And I have a study here. I know I've got it somewhere. Here it is. Johns Hopkins Medical School. Listen to what they said. Study predicts obesity apocalypse. They use the word apocalypse. By 2030, 86% of Americans will be overweight or obese. So in less than 5 years, 86% of you are going to be overweight or obese. What are we doing? What are we doing? It's crazy. Yeah, I get crazy. I get really fired up about this. Look, let me introduce myself. My name is Peter Greenlaw. That doesn't mean anything to any of you. I've been a nutrition researcher for 23 years, wrote 4 best-selling books with some of the top medical doctors in the world. I did 20 shows on PBS, did 1,500 live lectures in hospitals and universities and towns. They even flew me to China for 22 of the 23 years. You know what? In the medical world, that meant 0 until these 10 peer-reviewed human trial studies, which have come out in about the last 18 months. It changed everything. Because you got to understand, when you have peer-reviewed human trial studies done on human beings, not mice, not rats, not chimpanzees, it's irrefutable medical evidence because the world experts looked at the studies with one goal in mind, to discredit what you're claiming. So the journals, they rely on their reputation. For example, no drug ever gets approved without a peer-reviewed human trial study. So these people that you're listening to telling you about counting calories or time restricted eating or keto or paleo or Mediterranean, where's their evidence that this works? I just read to you from Medicare. This is, I mean, I have so many studies over here that back up the same darn thing. The things, Harvard Medical School, stop counting calories. Harvard Medical School saying that. Another one, why you shouldn't count calories. While counting calories and restricting calories can help you lose weight in the short term, the approach has never been proven to keep weight off long term. What's even worse, 2/3 of people that try to count or restrict calories gain back more weight than they lost. Every study's saying it. What are you all doing? You're counting calories, portion sizes, 10,000 steps, make your chart, drink more water. Nice try, it doesn't work. How can you explain in 1964, 15% of America was overweight and obese? And 60 years later, in 2024, we're at 80% overweight, 50% obese, 50% pre-diabetic, and now in less than 5 years, they're saying we're going to go to 86% overweight and obese. I mean, none of what I'm sharing with you is my opinion. And I know I make people mad. I get it. Because I'm shaking the trees. You don't want to hear this. You want to think you're doing paleo or keto, you're doing the perfect thing and you're losing weight and it's great. We're not arguing that you, not us, but the researchers, no one's arguing that you can lose weight on any of these diets. But what kind of weight are you losing? 25 to 40% of the weight loss analyzed on any diet anybody's ever been on is lean muscle mass, which slows your metabolism down and your immune system. So this nonsense about you're burning fat, no such thing. You lose a fat cell, the body immediately replaces it. The net number of fat cells in your body doesn't change unless you do liposuction or surgery. So this nonsense about, I'm going to the gym and I'm burning fat. No, you're not. Nice try. These people, look at the fat that they shrank. Why? Why is this going on? What else is the factor? What's happened to us? It's called chemicals. It's called better living through chemistry. So myself and everybody on this call and everybody in the world has this medical syndrome. It's called TDOS. T for toxicity, D for, nutritional deficiency, O for being overweight, and S is for stress. What it means is we're breathing, drinking, eating chemicals. They had 3 weeks ago, they came out and said they're finding microplastics in our brain and our coronary arteries. But what they also didn't tell you, guess what we found? Not us, but the researchers. Herbicides and pesticides and Scotch Guard and Teflon and flame retardant. They now estimate that breastfeeding moms, they have detectable levels of flame retardant in their breast milk across the world. What are we doing? What are you doing? You're following. I see them. They're nice people. I see chiropractors and medical doctors and dietitians and nutritionists and fitness people and weight loss coaches and health coaches. Let me just ask you this. If any of them had something that actually worked with 80% of the American population overweight, 1 billion people worldwide clinically obese, they'd have $1 trillion company. Aren't you a little bit suspicious? You're entrusting your health to people that are giving you opinions. We're not giving you opinions. We're giving you medical proof. And on this website, you all can go to free anytime right there in blue, the new health conversation. You can see the medical proof. Don't believe me. I don't want you to believe me. I know people get really upset with me because I get so animated about all this stuff. God dang it. Somebody has to do it. I'm against I get it. I'm against the whole damn world because they're telling you it's about energy deficient. It's thermodynamics. It's calories in, calories out. No, it's not. Not when Medicare Medicare's saying Medicare's search for effective obesity treatments. Diets are not the answer. That's Medicare saying that. That's not Peter Greenlaw saying that. Our research has looked at long-term outcomes of calories in, calories out, restricting diets to assess whether dieting is an effective treatment for obesity. The study showed that 2/3 of dieters regained more weight than they lost on these diets. In summary, there is little support for the notion that diets lead to lasting weight loss or health benefits. What are you doing? I'd love for anybody to put in the chat and tell me, okay, we're up to 1,000. Come on, let's get some more likes. Lots of nice people in there. DeMello and Val and Ricky Brown and Nick and Dora and let's see, Teresa, James. Look at that picture. It's not photoshopped. It's not AA. She lost 60 pounds in 3 months. Hello, hello, hello. Wake up, wake up, wake up. But let's go to a more, a month. How about a month? Who'd like to lose 20 pounds in a month? That's 5 pounds a week, not a pound a week like you're all settling for and you're excited. Oh, I lost a pound this week. Really? But what kind of weight did you lose? Did you know you're making yourself unhealthy by counting calories? Come on, I want some support. Let's go. Dina Rock and Dog Mom and Wanda and Cindy and user 882. Philip, top hot bargain. Took me 4 miles that to lose. Jamiz, you're saying took me 4, am I? I think you mean months to lose 5 pounds. Is that, just clarify for me, I'm not sure. I want lose, please. Okay, I'm going to go over again because this is what people, all the time they get mad at me and say, well, you talk too much. I'm giving you the medical proof. Abandon calorie counting. Abandon it, not because I say so. Medicare. Diets are not the answer. That's Medicare saying it, not me. So let's talk about how did she do this. The people who created this have no products. They don't have a company. They figured out the problem with all diets was it's based on a flawed principle. All a diet is reducing the amount of food or something that you're consuming. Like on a keto diet, you're eliminating carbohydrates, okay? Well, the problem with that is the brain calculates based on how much nutrition via fuel you have to run all the organs, the brain, the heart, the kidney, the liver, etc. When you're going on a diet and lowering the amount, has anyone ever told you this before? It seems so logical. I didn't think of it. The researchers did. When you lower the amount of food, they didn't figure it out for 40 darn years, so I don't feel so bad. You shouldn't either. But think about it. Why do you eat food? I know it tastes good, but that's not the reason. The only reason we're alive is because what's in food, the nutrition, not how much you're eating, how much nutrition are we getting? And I'm not talking about supplements. I'm talking about lotions, potions, not that they're bad, but it's not what we're talking about here. So what they figured out, they didn't know. Here was their theory. We're going to give people less food, but we're going to find foods. We're going to search out foods with the most amount of nutrition. They didn't care about the amounts. That wasn't in the factor. The only thing they cared about was the amount of nutrition. So they developed a grocery list that you would get, that she got, where 30% of her food came from the grocery store, proteins, fats, carbs, carbohydrates, fruits, vegetables, etc. But they based it not on calories, but on serving sizes. Very important you understand the difference. But only 30% of the food she consumed in a whole month. The other 70%, which the researchers don't sell, they don't have a company, but they identified the nutrients from around the world that these other researchers have found, where the researchers find foods with huge nutrition. Russia, Mongolia, Tibet, South America, and New Zealand. And so those food groups represented 70% of what she and everybody else consumed in a month. You got it? So now you got the ingredients, but you don't have the recipe yet. This is the whole key. The researchers said, okay, based on these new parameters, which were based on the amount of nutrition, not on quantities, we could vary what we'd ever done before. So yes, what they did, 5 days a week she had, and everybody had 4 meals a day. They started with these 5 not even superfoods. The researchers call them the world's most perfect meals from a nutritional standpoint, okay? That was breakfast. Lunch from the grocery store list, dinner from the grocery store list, and a 4th meal after dinner, the world's most perfect meals. 5 days a week, 4 meals a day. You ever been on a diet like that? But 2 days a week, this will blow your mind even more. 2 days a week, she did something called, now listen to me carefully. I get people all the time say, oh, it's fasting, it's intermittent fasting. No, it's not. They did intermittent nutritional fasting. They fasted with nutrition. How the heck did they do that? Here's how. She had no food from the grocery store at all, zero, no food. Only these 5 foods from around the world, but they let her eat, and everybody else, they had 8 meals a day. What? Yes. They were eating about every hour and a half to 2 hours. Look at the results. But the medical results, at the end of 30 days, people were reporting their hunger had gone down by 41%. Their cravings went down by 40% in a month. But listen to this. Everybody's blood pressure, blood sugar, cholesterol, triglycerides, all came back to normal range if they were out of normal. But here was the big one, never seen before, ever on any diet. They measured inflammation, which I have, you have, everybody has. I guess I have it now. It's the underlying cause of every disease out there. They measured it. In a month's time, it came down 25%. No one's ever seen anything. See, the main reason to do this is not to lose weight. That's a throw-in. That's a given. You know what the main reason to do it is? To combat this TDOS syndrome, the storage of these chemicals in our fat cells. The researchers here, they did blood, stool, urine, and fat analysis, proving this protocol was assisting the body in removing, getting that stuff out of us. Unless you think it's a good idea for you to be storing petroleum products in your body, herbicides and pesticides. What do you think they're made from? Well, I mean, this is crazy. We're finding plastic in our brain and our coronary arteries, and all of you are doing something that has any proof that's removing anything from your body. This is going to change everything for the people. Look, let me go back and show everybody the website. You see it there, the New Health Conversation. There's an interview with the number one in the world weight loss nutrition physiologist. You'll hear him say they'll never recommend any form of traditional diet ever again to any of their patients. They had 40 years of experience, thousands of people, 100 studies. You name a diet, they analyze it. Never, ever did they ever work long-term for anybody. It's not just them, not just these scientists saying that, but you've got Medicare, you've got New England, right here, Harvard Medical School. Calories. Most people have been taught that losing weight is a matter of simple math. Cut calories 3,500, you lose about a pound. But as it turns out, experts are learning that this decades-old strategy is totally misguided. They went on to say the idea of a calorie in, calorie out when it comes to weight loss is not only antiquated, it's just wrong, says Fatima, Stanford obesity specialist, Harvard Medical School. Drop the calories notion, Stanford said. It's time to concentrate on what's in our food, not how much food we're consuming. That's what these researchers don't have anything to do with Harvard, by the way. But that's exactly what they did. Look at the results. Let's look at all the results. It's not just Christian. How about Julie, everybody? That's 35 pounds in 37 days. Look at her body transformation. You can think we photoshopped it. You can think it's AI. It's not. Aren't you curious, for crying out loud? Aren't you curious? How in the world did they do that? It took me 4 months to lose 5 pounds. Yeah, that's exactly right. Help. So how? Yeah, okay. What are the 5 foods? Okay, so let me go over it again for everybody, okay? So let me give you kind of a new definition of food. Food, part of what she ate obviously was, proteins, fats, salads, spinach, kale, whatever, right? Carbohydrates and fruits, right? That's how you normally think of food. But if you looked at food completely differently and looked at it, whether it's let's say it's a Brussels sprout, let's say it's cauliflower, the food itself, the makeup of the food doesn't matter to your body. Your body actually has to break that food apart and pull out the nutrients. It's the only reason we're alive is because of nutrients, because of nutrition, okay? So when you talk about what are the 5 foods, some of them were foods that you would think normally, that you would, like a protein, okay? But some of the foods really, how can I explain it to you? They're actually nutrients, okay? For example, some of the foods the nutrients came from Mongolia, from the soil. It wasn't in a plant, okay? And some of the ingredients or the nutrients came from the Himalayas, literally from the Himalayas in Tibet. Those you weren't chewing something, okay? And it's not a capsule, it's not nothing to do with that. I understand it seems really complicated or I'm trying to be evasive. I'm not at all. But it's a whole new concept of eating. For example, would we say when a mother is nursing her baby, the baby's not eating Gerber food? What's the baby getting? Mother's breast milk. It's a liquid. So part of it are liquids that are much more user-friendly to the body. In other words, the body can use them much more efficiently. So it really was more a combination of the nutrients. That's what the researchers were looking for. So some were foods that you could chew, swallow, eat. Some were nutrients that were, like, for example, you just mix it with water. It's so foreign concept to all of us. I get it. But the only thing that matters to your body is nutrition. It doesn't care where it comes from, as long as you get the nutrition. And so when the researchers said, it's more than 5 different foods. It's about, I think there's 7 altogether actually. But it also was the nutrients that were part of this makeup. The research, they're the top weight loss researchers, nutrition and physiologists in the world. They said this represents to them the world's most perfect meals from a nutritional standpoint. That's why it worked. That's why it worked. But it was not just the ingredients. 'Cause remember, 30% of the food she got was steak, chicken, liver, whatever she was eating, spinach, salads, whatever, it's part of it. But this other 30%, which was part what you would normally quote a food, and then these nutrients, no one's, when was, I mean, honestly, any of you, be honest. One person said it took them 4 months to lose 5 pounds. The lady this morning, she's been trying for months. She's on the shots. She can't lose the weight no matter what. She's got 40 pounds to lose. No matter what she does, she can't lose it. She already lost it, but you see, that's the problem. Once you lose the lean muscle and your metabolism is slowed down, it takes you 1 to 8 years to recover. That's why you're all terrified. You've lost the weight. Now, I see people at the gym all the time. They're just trying to maintain whatever they've lost, and they're gaining their weight back. I see them on the Stairmaster, and they're running, and they're sweating. And then the next 2 days later, they come in, they haven't lost an ounce. Diets are dead. You get it? Calories in, calories out doesn't work. This does. This is changing everything for all of us, including, I lost 40 pounds in 7 weeks, 23 years ago, and have kept it off. These pictures, like her picture, that's 8 or 9 years ago. She's kept it off for 8 or 9 years. They've tracked in the medical studies, some of them were started in 2012, 13 years ago. They've tracked the people. They've maintained whatever they've lost. That's why they call the program R2M, Race to Maintenance. That's the only reason that, well, I mean, the biggest reason to do it is to detoxify your body. If you get that. Again, I've been waiting. I've been looking for a year and a half and lost 0 pounds. There you go. Linda, how? Okay, Linda, I promise I'm going to explain to you in a moment. Went from 40-inch waist to 30-inch waist in my Levi's. Oh, Grizz. This is somebody who's on this, I believe, if it's a Grizz I'm thinking about. How long did it, so this is a person, okay, who I think it was on my TikTok before and went, look, all of you can do the same thing. What did he do? He went to the website, looked at the medical proof. We didn't contact him. Grizz, did we contact you? Or did you contact us based on the medical proof you saw? Did anybody contact you? Or did you initiate and contact us? See, this sounds too good to be true because you're all used to being harassed. We don't have time to sell you. See, no one contacted him. I reached out. Now, you've gone from a 40-inch waist to a 36 in your Levi's. How long did it take you, Grizz? I'm just curious. Just tell me how long it took. You got to understand, I didn't know he was coming on. I know him from his handle. That's it. So, see, he reached out. You all can do it. It's free, for crying out loud. We're not even going to contact you. Why wouldn't you go look at medical proof instead of listening to these influencers that are putting you on diets that even Medicare, right here, Medicare search for effective obesity treatments. Diets are not the answer. Medicare is telling you that. Stop dieting the way you're... Stop. I mean, they're telling you right now that 2/3 of you, according to the studies, will gain more weight than you lost on any of these diets. My gosh, why is this such a hard concept for all of you to get and understand? You could change your lives like she did. It's taken him 20 days to go from a 40 to a 36 waist. That's right? Great. Okay, now it was Linda or Linda says, please tell us. Okay, let me back up. Let me go to the least, a more normal situation. Okay, this lady had about 35 pounds to lose. You can see it there. It's not Photoshop. She lost. That's 5 pounds a week for a month, 38.75 inches. She had about 35 pounds to lose. She had a little bit more after this. But just look at the transformation from her hips up to, right about here in her body. She shrank. Can you all see that? Guess what? No one was allowed to exercise, including her. No one was allowed to exercise. Why? Because the researchers wanted to isolate exercise. Do you all understand, like Grizz, etc.? Look at the 20 days, he's lost 4 inches off his waist in 20 days. I mean, I don't know what to do, but do what we're doing. We've got 1,000 likes. Come on, let's hit that screen and get 10,000 likes. Let's get this to as many people as possible. Don't we need a solution? My God, today, go to the mall, go to Walmart, go to Kmart, go to Target. Look at America, my God. And I can address this. My own mother was morbidly obese my whole life. I never knew her thin. I never knew her healthy in my lifetime. And I loved her. She was awesome. I lived through fat shaming. My mom, she did about every diet that there was. And 24 and a half years ago, she called me up one day and said, you know, Peter, I have one wish in my life. I said, Mom, what's that? She said, I would give anything if I could spend one day thin. Maybe some of you can relate. Well, 6 months later, massive heart attack and stroke. I miss my mom terribly. I wish I could have known what I know now. I didn't, of course. My mom did about every diet that there was. I mean, she did the grapefruit diet, she did the cabbage diet. She would cut diets out of the National Enquirer, out of Reader's Digest. She went to Weight Watchers for years. I'd see her lose 20 pounds and gain 25 back. I'd see her lose 25 and get, hell, she'd go to Weight Watchers. They're out of business now. Good. She'd go in a week and lose 4 ounces and they'd give her a star. This is the mentality that you're brainwashed. Because that's all we've been told. That's all we've been told. But again, when study after study after study says that, here's another big one, the science behind why diets don't work. I don't want you to believe me, but do you believe, unless you think that's fake in front of you? Oh, I was going to tell Linda and everybody else. I'm sorry, I get sidetracked. Okay, what did they do? They realized after 40 years of research why diets didn't work, because they were based on the fact when you lowered the amount of food you were consuming, they ignored the amount of nutrition. And because of that, the brain thought that you were starving yourself on a diet where you lowered the quantity of food and lowered the nutrition. So they said, wait a minute, the new goal would be less amount of food quantity-wise, but can we find foods with massive amounts of nutrition? That was the whole emphasis, okay? How did they do it? What did they do? They created a grocery list that she took to the grocery store, that you'd get the grocery list. Proteins, fats, carbs, etc., fruits, vegetables. But not by calories, by serving size. And this was figured out not by me, but the top nutrition, weight loss physiologists in the world. So 30% of what she consumed in a month, she had the grocery list with the sizes, etc., the serving sizes. But the other 70%, this is the part that made it work. They found other researchers who had found foods with huge amounts of nutrition in Russia and Mongolia and Tibet and South America and New Zealand that represented huge amounts of nutrition, but not huge quantities of food. So she now had her food for the month. Then, based on these new foods, that were based on the amount of nutrition, they changed up the eating patterns. 5 days a week, she had 4 meals a day. I want everybody to listen to this. 4, starting with these 5 foods around the world. That was breakfast, no food from the grocery store. Lunch from the grocery store. Dinner from the grocery store, and a 4th meal after dinner from the foods around the world. She did that 5 days a week. That's called protein pacing. That's what the researchers call it, okay? 2 days a week, they did something completely radically different. They did intermittent nutritional fasting. Not fasting. Don't hear the word fasting and think you know what this is. Don't think it's a water fast. Don't think it's time-restricted eating. On those days, no food at all from the grocery store. Linda and everybody else, only these 5 foods around the world. But guess what? She ate 8 times a day. She was eating something every hour and a half to 2 hours. 8, can you imagine that? That's not fasting. It's intermittent nutritional fasting. And look at the results. Look at those results. Do you think this works? But you've got to understand, we have the medical proof behind it. I'm going to show you the website right now so you don't think I'm lying to you. If you go, let's take a look at the website, everybody. You can see it right there, the New Health Conversation. It's free to go there. We won't contact you. But I want to show you the website so you don't think that I'm making things up. There's the website, everybody. There's nothing to buy. So number 1 is an interview with the #1 weight loss nutrition researcher in the world. 2 is a much longer explanation of what they did on a daily basis. 3, the actual medical studies. And number 4, there are other before and after pictures. There are men and women who lost 100 pounds, no loose skin. Do yourself a favor. At least go to the website and we won't contact you. Only if you contact us, then you get a free coach. I mean, we're not going to beg you to coach you. Every coach got coached. We have medical doctors and chiropractors and dietitians and nutritionists and workout. They're all joining this movement called the New Health Conversation. My God, don't you think we need one? Oh God. We have 80% of America overweight, 50% obese, 50% pre-diabetic, and you're still following paleo and keto and Mediterranean and time-restricted eating and the zone diet and the Cornish diet and lose weight for your blood type and Jenny Craig and Weight Watchers and Nutrisystem. None of them work long-term. This does. Let's look at some more. Let's look at Curtis. My God, an older gentleman, 40 pounds, 52 inches in 30 days. But look at his blood work. That's what matters. How about his A1C from 8.4 to 6.4? How about his triglycerides, 242 to 124? Look at other people are coming on saying that. Wow, that's so nice of all of you to support me. The people that have done it, have been on it, etc. Again, I'd love anybody put in the chat. You can disagree with me, that's fine. As long as you're civil, as long as we're not, you don't need to call me names. There's no reason to do that. You may not like what I'm saying, but I'm presenting you for once the truth. Real medical proof. Not hyperbole and not somebody writing on a whiteboard that has all these credentials, but they have no solutions. Because what they're telling you is not backed by peer-reviewed human trial medical studies. I mean, look at Andy, 45.3 pounds and 60 inches in 30 days. Again, not the best part. Look at his blood work, A1C 7.9 to 6.2, LDL 120 to 59. We're getting a lot. Come on, let's get a lot more taps on that screen. Who wants to ask me a question? Did you all get to hear how are they doing it? I'll repeat it again. I have no problem to keep repeating it over and over again for everybody to understand. This is not a diet. It's not based on counting calories. It has nothing to do with counting calories. It has to do with nutritional density, a new term maybe for most of you. The only reason you eat food is, okay, it tastes good. As a matter of fact, tonight I'm going to a barbecue for Mother's Day with my son's going to cook hamburgers and whatever. Great. But why is it such a hard concept for people to get? The human body has no idea what a calorie is. It's just a measurement. It's the amount of heat it takes to raise 1 gram of water 1 degree Celsius. Your body can't count calories. It doesn't give a damn about a calorie. When you're hungry, you're not hungry for calories. You're hungry for nutrition. As a matter of fact, they now know in new studies, people that are obese, like my mom was, right? There's a hormone in your body called leptin. Leptin tells you when you're full. There's a new term now. Listen to this. My mom, I know she had it, called leptin resistance. You've heard of insulin resistance, of course. Well, now leptin resistance, what does it mean? It means that when people get, really start to get overweight and obese, leptin, the body's producing so much leptin, trying to turn it off, that the body ignores it. It's like short circuits. That's why people have insatiable appetites. My God, they said in this big study, the Lancet out of England, 1 billion people worldwide are clinically obese. They went on to say, I didn't share this with you yet, making obesity the leading form of malnutrition in the world. Did you hear what I just said? Obesity is now the leading cause of malnutrition in the entire world. Well, it makes sense because people are eating these huge, the United States, most overfed and undernourished society in the world, including all of you. I know you say, I'm eating Whole Foods and I go to organic. Great, so do I. But 200 studies proved organic nutritionally. It's slightly better than regular food. The reason I eat organic, it's less polluted. It has less herbicides and pesticides. But from a nutritional standpoint of view, I don't care how much organic you eat. The researchers did that. My God, for 40 years, they used organic foods. And every diet they looked at failed long term. Every one. I mean, I'll come back and read this from this other big study, the science behind why diets don't work. This is frightening what they're saying. We reviewed more than 30 long-term studies showing that going on a diet by calories in, calories out causes weight gain. It's not my opinion, for crying out loud. The more diets someone has tried, the more weight they weigh. So not only does dieting not work for long-term weight loss, but it's associated with increased risk of binge eating, eating disorders, and long-term weight gain. That's how they became so big. Not their fault. Leptin resistance. Did anyone tell you that before? Have any of these influencers told you anything like this? A lot of yakking going on. Where's the medical proof? Remember the old commercial? Where's the beef? Where's the medical proof for these people that you're all following? I'd love for anyone to put in the chat now, what kind of diets are you actually on? Oh, Vonnie, you just got in. Okay, I promise. Okay, so let me explain. Let me go back to Kristen. So she's a really good example because she only needed, I shouldn't say only, she wanted to lose 35 pounds. And you can see there, Bonnie, she lost 21.2 pounds, 38.75 inches in 30 days. Now, everybody wants to know, how did she do it? Nothing to do with counting calories, okay? So, Bonnie, I need to explain to you why the researchers who created this, who are the top weight loss nutrition physiologists in the world for more than 40 years, who created this, they don't have any products to sell. It's not a product, it's food. So the first thing they determined was the reason that all diets fail is when you reduce the quantity of the food you're consuming, you're reducing the amount of nutrition. And when that happens, the brain thinks you're starving to death. It stops you from accessing the fuel in your fat cells and turns to your muscles for fuel, slowing down your metabolism. That's why you plateau ultimately on these diets. You come off the diet, you gain everything back. But the other thing it's doing to us, Vonnie, it's making us unhealthy because when you lose lean muscle, it slows down your own immune system. Every study, Bonnie, shows that of the weight you're losing, like the more successful you are, the worse off you are, that 25 to 40% of what anybody loses on any diet is lean muscle mass. That's not my opinion. That's from the studies. And I'll show you, for example, with the shots here in just a moment. Big study, New England Journal of Medicine. But let's finish on what they did to achieve this. So the researchers said, wait a minute. We did all the diets for 40 years. Can we give people less food? But they concentrated on a whole new concept, and that was nutrition. So could we find foods with huge amounts of nutrition? They didn't care about the amounts. It was only about the nutrition. So they developed a grocery list that she got and everybody got, and you'd get that she took to the grocery store with proteins, fats, carbs, carbohydrates, salads, fruits and vegetables, etc. But it was not based on calories. It was based on the serving sizes of each one of those. So hold that for a moment. That's 30% of what she consumed in a month. Got it? The other 70% came from other researchers, not the ones who incorporated 30% of the food from the United States. And then the other 70% were from foods that these researchers had found in Russia, Mongolia, Tibet, South America, New Zealand, that represented what the researchers have called, because they picked the foods. Actually, they picked the nutrition to say they created the world's most perfect meals from a nutritional standpoint. Because that's the only thing that matters to your body and your brain, is the nutrition. So 70% of what they consume came from these food sources from around the world, 30% from the grocery store. Now, because of these new foods with these huge amounts of nutrition, they could totally change the way they had people consume. 5 days a week, she was able to have 4 meals a day. You heard me. 4 meals. Started with the world's most perfect meal, that was breakfast. Lunch from the grocery store list. Dinner from the grocery store list. And a 4th meal after dinner from these world's most perfect meals. 5 days a week. That's called protein pacing. That's what the researchers call it, right? 2 days a week, she did something called intermittent nutritional fasting. Not fasting, not water fasting, not time-restricted eating. On those days, 2 days a week, she had only the foods from around the world, but they let her eat 8 times a day. 8 times. Every hour and a half to 2 hours she was eating. Look at the results. Look at the results. Do you know also at the end of a month, people's hunger went down 41% at the end of 30 days. Their cravings went down 40% in a month. Most people reported after even 4 days that their cravings were coming way down. People that were chocoholics or they loved sugar or whatever it was, they found that everything changed. Because when you give the body the nutrition it runs on, you're not going to crave crazy stuff. But the other thing you have to understand, when you have foods with high levels of nutrition, you can actually consume more because the body uses it all up. When you're consuming processed food, you actually cause an immune system reaction in your body when you eat processed foods. Who's telling you this? Who is telling you and it's not even my research. We're the researchers of the researchers. Does this make sense? Vonnie, does that make sense? Okay, so someone said above you, okay, Vonnie, what kind of foods? I just explained to you, Vonnie, okay, to everybody, let me slow down. As far as the regular foods, like steak, chicken, liver, fish, salads, cauliflower, whatever, that's the normal kind of food you would consume. The other food groups, let's call them that, were not just food in the conventional sense of like spinach or kale or Brussels sprouts, etc. Some of them were pure nutrients, okay, that you like would mix with water. Some of them come from Tibet and the Himalayas. Some of them come from Mongolia in Russia. Some of them come from South America. So it wasn't the 70% of what they were consuming for the most part was not like a chewable food like you'd be used to. But it's not supplements. It's not lotions, capsules, pills, etc. Right? Now the main thing for Vonnie and for everybody else. Now, by the way, user 3889, did you hear my explanation? If you didn't, I'll go over it again. I'm happy to do it. Lots of new people come. Oh, we're at 3,400 likes. Can we get some more taps on the screen to get more likes? Let's get to 4 or 5, 6, 8, 9, 10,000. Let's keep going. I've only been on for 50 minutes and I want to keep going to help as many people as I can. So it makes sense, Vonnie. That's what you're saying. But how about user 388? Did you hear me explain to Vonnie and everybody else what she actually did to achieve that? But let me show the rest of you some of the other pictures, okay? Look at, I know this is crazy. Look at Julie, everyone. 35 pounds in 37 days. Look at the change in her body. Oh, we're 3,600. Let's keep going. Let's get more taps on the screen. But look at that, everyone. Look at that. Is that what? I mean, it's not photoshopped. How do I start? 388 is saying, okay. How you start 388, you go to that website right above your head. You see it there in blue. Confirm that you all see that in blue. The new health conversation. Okay? When you go there, to warn all of you, we won't contact you. So don't think you went and looked at the site and you're going to get a phone call from us. We don't have time to do that. We don't want to harass you. The last thing on earth we want to do is try to convince you or sell you. We want the medical proof to create your curiosity, and then scroll down and you get a free coach the whole time, not just to get your initial weight loss, but they teach you how to maintain it for the rest. This picture was 9 years ago. She's maintained that weight loss for 9 years. It's the only reason that, one of the only reasons to do it. It's called R2M, race to maintenance. Doesn't that excite some of you? I'd love to see it in the chat. Please put it in the chat. I mean, Vonnie, isn't this exciting? I mean, Vonnie, would you be disappointed if you just did what Kristen did? 21 pounds, 38 inches in 30 days. By the way, Vonnie, no exercise was allowed. They wore Fitbits proving that they didn't exercise. Why? Because the researchers, not that they're against exercise, they're not. I'll show you an athlete here in just a few minutes. It'll blow your mind. What it does for athletes. It's not a diet. It's not about that. The number one thing, the number one reason to do this is to detox your body, because Vonnie, you and everybody else and user 388, we all have this medical syndrome. It's a registered trademark now with the U.S. Patent Office. T for toxicity, D for nutritional deficiency, O for being overweight, S is for stress. Yes, I discovered it. But it's a registered trademark U.S. Patent Office. What does it mean? It means that we know we're storing chemicals in our fat cells. Herbicides and pesticides and Scotchgard and Teflon. And my God, now we know we're storing microplastics in our brain and in our coronary arteries. What the heck? These researchers that created this, who did blood, stool, urine, and fat analysis, proved that this was assisting the body in removing toxins. That's why they shrank so much. That's why, look at her stomach area from her hips up. Look at how much she shrank. I mean, look, that's not Photoshop. That's real. Wow, we're at 4,300. Let's keep going. Let's get to 5,000. I go on so many diets, lose weight, have a day, starting binge eating. Vonnie, did you hear let me read it to you again, Vonnie, the study. The title of this one is The Science Behind Why Diets Don't Work. A review of more than 30 long-term studies showed that going on a diet actually causes weight gain, calories in, calories out. The more calories in, calories out diet someone has tried, the more they weigh. So to support you, Vonnie, listen to what they said. So not only does dieting not work for long-term weight loss, but it is associated with increased risk of binge eating, eating disorders, and long-term weight gain. Vonnie, you actually made yourself unhealthy by going on a diet that you thought was helping yourself. It's backwards. That's why we have 80% of America overweight, 50% obese, 50% pre-diabetic in 2024. Vonnie, this could so help you, so help you. Vonnie, I already told you, in the month, people's hunger went down 41%. Those cravings, the binges, 40% reduction. I understand it's hard for all of you to believe something like this exists. I get it. I do, I get it. But how could you take the risk not to go and look at free medical proof backing this up, proving it? There's 10 My God, 10 peer-reviewed human trial studies on that website. It's free to go there. We're not even going to contact you. I guess what I would like to say, if anybody was honest, why wouldn't you go? Why wouldn't you go to that website to see the medical proof? You want to continue on keto or paleo or Mediterranean or time-restricted eating or Jenny Craig or Weight Watchers or none of them work. Okay, let's talk about the shots, which I'm not against the shots, but I want to show you the medical proof about how, well, you be the judge on how effective they are. Okay, let's come back to Kristen for just a moment. So this is the New England Journal of Medicine. You all can look it up on once weekly semaglutide in adults with overweight or obesity. I'm reading from the study. So the censors I'm only stating what's in the public record, the public domain. You all can look it up. It was a 68-week study. That's a year and 4 months. The weight loss after 68 weeks was 32 pounds. And right in the study, they said of the 32 pounds people lost, 40% was lean muscle. Do the math. Out of the 32 pounds they lost, almost 14 pounds was lean muscle mass. Well, what do you think's happening to people that are coming off these shots? They're gaining a half a pound a day. Because what does the shot do? It slows down the food moving through your digestive tract. You're full longer. Translate to what? You're consuming less food. But they're not telling you that when you're consuming less food, you're consuming less nutrition, which triggers on this, the brain, it's proven. It burned 40% of the lean muscle, for crying out loud. Wait a minute, she didn't get the message. She lost 21 pounds in 30 days. Or wait a minute, April didn't get it either. Oh, 60 pounds in 3 months? Look at the change in her body, for crying out loud. It's not photoshopped. And you all have the chance to go to see the website, the New Health Conversation. It's free. Why wouldn't any of you go there? Why wouldn't you? It's so pitiful, the number of people that end up. We offer free coaching, for crying out loud. We're not going to sell it. We don't have anything to sell you. You buy directly from the supermarket or directly from the suppliers. I didn't even tell you the best part. The suppliers who supply, actually, I think there's 7 different kinds of food to the researchers. So 70% of what you would spend, you take your food budget, take 30% to the grocery store. The other 70% pretty much pays for these other foods. But those suppliers, in the first 30 days, they'll give you 100% money back guarantee. I'm not kidding. That's not us. We don't have it. We're not selling you anything. What's your risk? You know what your risk is? You're going to go back to paleo or keto or Mediterranean, these nice people on social media, but you're entrusting your health to people that are giving you opinions. Now, why would free coaching be important? Because we have kids as young as 2 doing this. We have a lady 91. We have a lady 80. She lost 92 pounds in 8 months. 8 months ago, she couldn't climb a flight of stairs. 8 months later, she's playing pickleball 3 times a week. She's swimming 3 times a week and walking 4 to 5 miles a day at 80 years of age. We have a guy with a heart transplant. We have people with no thyroids. We have people with no gallbladders. We have people with kidney transplants, and we're not treating, curing, diagnosing, or making any medical claims whatsoever. If there's any medical people on there, I'm sure they'd be shocked when I tell them that. But we have the medical proof, for crying out loud, showing all these numbers went massively in a good direction in just 30 days, not 30 weeks. I mean, Curtis, remember, they lost 32 pounds in 68 weeks on the shots. He didn't get them because he lost 40 pounds in 30 days. Look at that. And look at his A1C from 8.4 to 6.4. Triglycerides from 242 to 124. Who's not interested in this? Yes, of course, Bonnie. They go over all that with you. They show you what to buy at the grocery store and show you how to buy directly from those nutritious foods from around the world. What? 0, JD, 0. There's no cost for, no. Do you see what it's, wait, go, JD, hold on. See that above her head? Free coaching, free coaching. We don't sell you anything. 30% of what you buy is from the grocery store. You get a grocery list. The other 70% you buy directly from the suppliers who supplied the foods to this. We got coached. We have people that are so committed, medical doctors and PAs, physicians assistants, RNs, because they had such great results, and then maybe their sister wanted to do it or their cousin wanted to do it. Our limitation, we only have so many coaches. I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. So if everybody on every one of these podcasts all came, I'm not sure we could handle it. But if you go there and look at the medical proof for yourself, JD, we're not going to contact you. We don't need to do that. We give you every opportunity to look at the medical proof, then scroll down, and then you can get a free coach, if that's what you want to do. But we're not holding back any of the information. It's not like, oh, you got to get a coach and then we'll show you. You get to see everything up front. We let the medical proof do the talking. So I know it sounds good to be true, but it's better than that. You have no risk. I mean, 70% of what they give you 100%, they'll even pay return shipping. The suppliers, not us. Because we don't sell you anything. I mean, how great is this? So we're at 4,600 likes. Can we get some more taps on the screen? Let's get to 5,000. Who likes this content? Put it in this chat. Ask me a question. Any of you. As long as you're civil, and you can disagree with me. But if you're going to disagree, show me peer-reviewed medical studies backing up whatever you're going to, if you are going to, dispute there's nothing to dispute what I'm saying, because when you have peer-reviewed human trial medical studies, they've already been analyzed by the top medical and researchers in the world. And with all due respect, there's no one coming on here that's one of the top nutritional researchers in the world from what I've seen. I have a lot of people coming on and making a lot of claims, and they don't have any proof behind it. What do you mean? There's no shot. Chelly, is it? Chelly, are you talking about this? Please clarify, just so I'm clear. There's no shot. This is food. It's food. It's not a capsule. It's not capsules. It's food. So So you misinterpret. Well, that's okay. So Chelly, let me explain to you what they did, why it worked. Okay, but let's go back to look at the. Chelly, how happy would you be to lose 20 pounds and 38 inches in 30 days? You don't have to answer if you don't want to, but I'm just very curious. So what the researchers did, not us, these are the top weight loss nutrition physiologists in the world, 40 years of research, 100 studies, thousands and thousands of people. They are the ones that invented this. And what the concept was, can we give her and everybody else less food, but find foods, okay, that had huge amounts of nutrition. But only 30% of what they gave her came from North America, organic foods, steak, proteins, fats, carbs, etc. The other 70% came from foods, not shots, from around the world, from Russia, Mongolia, Tibet in the Himalayas, South America, New Zealand, that Chelly represented huge amounts of nutrition, but not huge quantities of food. So she had the ingredients, right? 30% from the grocery store, and you'd get a grocery list of what to buy. But the thing that was different, instead of giving her calorie counts, they gave her serving sizes, because they were basing everything on the amount of nutrition in the food, not the quantity of food that she was consuming. Got that? The other 70%, these 5 foods around the world, the researchers have said they make up what they consider, the researchers, not me, the world's most perfect meals from a nutritional standpoint. So given this new approach, they also created 2 new ways of consuming food, because they had food like they'd never had before with these huge amounts of nutrition. So 5 days a week, Chelly, she had 4 meals a day. She started with the world's most perfect meals: breakfast, lunch from the grocery store list, dinner from the grocery store list, and a 4th meal after dinner, these foods from around the world. That was 5 days a week. That's called protein pacing for all of you. 2 days a week, and this is what spins people out of control. Listen to me carefully, everybody. They all did intermittent nutritional fasting. Not fasting, not water fasting, not time-restricted eating. On those days, which was 2 days a week, 48 hours, she had no food from the grocery store at all, but they gave her, listen to this, she had 8 meals a day. She ate 8 times a day, only these foods from around the world, so she was eating basically every hour and a half to 2 hours. There's the results. Look at the results. Do you think it worked? So, natural food, high absorption protein shake. Mad West, I'm not quite sure what you're saying. So Chelly, natural food. No, see, I'm always curious when you say natural food. So Mad West, can you explain to me what you mean by that? I'm just curious. I really don't know. So Chelly, very happy with, Chelly, I'm still confused. Did you think that, I see that you realized it wasn't a shot. This is food. It's just that it's not just that it's food, it's a whole new way of consuming the food. So Chelly, at Shelley Natural Food plus high absorption protein, Mad West. I'm not quite sure what we're doing here, so if someone can clarify for me, I'd really be happy to see this. So who else would like to ask me a question? We're stuck at 40, I'm not complaining, but 4,600 likes when this is life-changing information. I mean, do you think Curtis's life changed, everyone? He lost 10 pounds a week, 52 and a half inches in 30 days. But look at his blood work. His A1C went from 8.4 to 6.4. His triglycerides from 242 to 124 in 30 days. 30 days? Really? There's medical studies that proved it because part of what's in some of the nutrients, if you're talking about the microplastics, there's an additional thing that they do. I wouldn't even call it a food, really. It's kind of hard to explain. But there are certain enzymes or certain materials that, believe it or not, they thrive. Well, I'll give you an example. What do we put on oil spills? And what's plastic made from? Plastic made from oil, right? There are certain enzymes that, well, no, they put enzymes on oil spills because the enzymes live on petroleum products. They actually eat oil. So there's one other part of this. See, we only found out about this 3 weeks ago when the studies came out about microplastics. So there are certain elements that their food, believe it or not, is sugar and plastic, which is petroleum products. So these same kind of enzymes, not the same enzyme they use on an oil spill, but it's the same principle. Does that make sense to you? That's what works. And we've got medical study proving the problem with microplastics is the thing that makes the plastic pliable is the dangerous part. They're called phthalates, okay? We have a study on a person who had a level of phthalates that was 2,000 or 3,000 times what's considered the healthy limit. He'd been a runner all his life. He was 75 years old. He figured he's drank somewhere around 14,000 bottled waters, plastic bottle. So he had huge amounts. And I think it was 8 weeks, the amount of phthalates in his body came down by almost 90%. So again, we have the proof, okay? But it's so to answer your question the best way I can, those specific enzymes, part of what they live on is sugar and plastic. I don't know if that helps you or not. And again, that's another reason, for example, veg fiber first, then rest of meals keep insulin from jumping, like everyone had salad before dinner. I'm not quite sure what you're talking about. The diabetics in this, well, you look at his A1C. There's your answer right there, Desert Rose. Look at that. It went from 8.4 to 6.4 in 30 days. The diabetics that were on these studies that were monitored by their doctors, at the end of a month, across the board, their need for insulin came down by more than 50%. If you know much about the drugs to lower blood sugar, whether they are glucophage or metformin or insulin, yes, they drive down blood sugar, but they always increase insulin. When you increase insulin, the body stores fat. That's why diabetics have such a terrible time trying to lose weight. I'm not saying that what you're suggesting is okay, but it's not this. Because in 30 days, the other thing I didn't even put up here, that if you go to the site, you'll see insulin came down for these people by 41% in 30 days. That's never been seen ever before on any type of diet. So I'm not saying what you're suggesting isn't of some value, but it's not this. No one, these researchers after 40 years, obviously thousands of diabetics, they never saw results like this. Or even Andy over here, a younger guy, his A1C from 7.9 to 6.2. But look at his LDL cholesterol. It went from 120 to 59 in 30 days. See, that's the point about this. It's not just one thing. It was blood pressure and blood sugar and cholesterol and triglycerides. And here's something else that no diet anybody's ever been on before. They measured and lowered inflammation by 25% in 30 days. That's never happened on any diet nutrition program on the planet. I understand I'm really challenging what you've been told, what we've all been told. But here's what I would say with all due respect to everybody. What if you didn't know what you think you know? And what if everything you thought you knew about diet nutrition was 100% wrong? Because it is. Otherwise, how could we have 80% of America overweight, 50% obese, and 50% pre-diabetic? And in 1964, we had 15% of America overweight and obese. And 60 years later, we're at 80% overweight, 50% obese, 50% pre-diabetic. Are you kidding me? Do you really believe any of these schemes are working until now? Or how? I mean, look at our poster girl here. Look what she did. 60 pounds in 3. Look at her body type. Look at how she shrank. That is the body being able to get rid of the chemicals. That's why she's got all the bloating. We know this. The body's storing chemicals in our visceral fat, and none of what you're suggesting has any. Desi Rose, go preach. That's all your doctors that are lying to everybody to hold the standard to self-petroleum. I'm not sure what self-petroleum means. Can you explain that? There's a guy on here, a couple of them that do the test every day. Desi Rose, I'm not sure what you're talking about. It doesn't matter what you know. There's a guy on here, a couple of them that do the test every day. I said, no, not platelets, phthalates, pH, phthalates. Sorry about that, JTP. So again, Desi Rose, I'm not quite sure what you're commenting about. So if you could clarify, I'm happy to have a discussion. I mean, people can disagree with me, but what we have going for us that nobody else does, 10 peer-reviewed human trial studies. So someone coming on here making statements without peer-reviewed studies, it doesn't mean a damn thing. I know, because for 22 of my 23 years, hell, I wrote 4 best-selling books to some of the biggest medical doctors in the world. I did 20 shows on PBS. I was interviewed on the 4 biggest daytime shows in America and did over 1,500 live lectures in universities, in hospitals, in towns. They even flew me to China. But that didn't mean a damn thing for 22 years. Why? There were no peer-reviewed human trial studies. So, why isn't that on the heading? Because it takes explanation. I mean, it's that simple. It's not that. And again, so Desi Rose, let me explain something to you. I have no idea. Do you want to gain weight? We have kids as young as 2 doing this. We have a lady 91. We have people with no thyroids, people with no gallbladders. We have people with kidney. We have a man with a heart transplant. Those are all different. This is a very powerful detox. And it takes explanation. It's not like, hey, here's 3 recipes. Go lose weight. No, you don't understand. The coaching is critically important, and it's free. I mean, I don't know what else to say other than that. And we have nothing to sell. You're using the foods that we show. Well, we get the grocery list that the researchers developed, not us, and the same foods they use in the medical studies. But you can go to the website and see the medical proof. That's the whole point. The New Health Conversation, not us trying to convince you or sell you or try and explain it. On the website, there's an interview with the #1 nutrition weight loss physiologist in the world, rated #1. I would suggest listen to him, what he says about traditional diets and nutrition. They've done 40 years of research proving diets are an abject failure and everything we're doing is wrong. It just is. Okay, can you see it right above her head? See it, Desi? If I'm mispronouncing, I didn't mean Desi Rose 8. Is that the correct way to say your name? Anyway, see it right there in blue, the New Health Conversation. Do you see it right there above her head? Everybody in Desi Rose, do you see it as well? The New Health Conversation. And honestly, go there, watch the interview with him. Not me. I'm not the top weight loss nutrition physiologist in the world, but they are. They were rated that. I mean, it's crazy. They rate, Desi Rose, they rate researchers, right? It's called the, what's it called? The H, like Harry, H index, where they rate the top researchers in the world, they give them scores. It's based on how many studies that they published, but more importantly, how many times were they cited by other researchers? Listen to this. So a great score would be 20. It's not 0 to 100, okay? People who won the Nobel Prize are rated at 30. The guy that you would listen to, he's rated 46. He's the top person in the world. You don't have to listen to me. Our job is to show you the medical proof, and then you can make a decision or not. Because if you go there, I promise you, Desi, we're not going to contact you. We don't do that. We let the medical proof speak for itself, and if you like what you see, then you get determined, scroll down and get a coach. It's that simple. They'll answer all your, because it's questions now that you probably wouldn't know to ask until you probably watched that interview. But again, the reason we go to this trouble is people are unique. I mean, we're doing something with a 2-year-old that we're not doing with someone who's 91 years old. We're doing something with a guy with a heart transplant that's different than someone that just has, let's say, high blood sugar. We take it really seriously. We all got coached. We did. And despite all my academics for 22 years in the medical community, it meant zero, 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 zero. And that's why if you say people are coming on here and making statements, let's see, it's okay. It's a new, yes, that's it. No spaces, by the way, Desi. So it's the new health conversation, just no spaces. Google it, it'll come right up. Go, enjoy, see whatever you want. Well, let me show it to you, Jez, and everybody else, just so you know that I'm not making things up. That's what you're going to see when you go to the website. There's nothing to buy. So one is the podcast with the top researcher in the world. Two is a more expanded explanation of what they did on a daily basis. Three are the actual medical studies, the actual studies. And four, there are more before and after pictures. And there's men and women there who lost 100 pounds, no loose skin. Well, you can see that really in this one picture here, right? If you look at her, or Julie's even a better one, look at this. And that's 35 pounds lost in 37 days. So it's just, it's so far out of the norm. I get it that people are skeptical, and I would support you, Desi Rose, in your skepticism. But I'm just saying, it's not my job to convince you. It's not my job to sell you. You need to, or you want to look at the medical proof, then decide if you want, because we're not going to contact you, I promise. If you go there, like that guy Grizz that was on earlier today, he said, we never contacted him. We don't have time to contact you. I mean, we've got a whole bunch of coaches, thank God, but there's only, I would say there's a finite amount. We encourage people that go on this, they want to help their brothers or sister. Yes, they boost a lot of things. Well, but look at it. Now, let me show all of you, including you, Desi Rose, I'll show what happens to athletes on this. This is exactly 11 days. Look at day one, pretty good shape, really good shape, actually. Now, when it says day 5, that's the morning of day 5. So it's not even 5 days. Look at the change in that stomach area, and then look at the morning of day 12, day 11, look at the transformation. No diet's doing that. Now, he did exercise. Like I told you, Des and everybody else, everybody in here was on the studies was not allowed to exercise. He wasn't part of the study. Now, I kind of know that person too. And so before you think it's photoshopped, that's my youngest son. And that really, I'm jealous, of course. I mean, hell, he sure looks like he's in shape, But imagine he did that. Now, granted, he was exercising, but he was exercising before. It's not like he all of a sudden started exercising. He'd always been exercising. But look at the transformation, right? I've seen so many videos. What is this? This is this. What is this? That's funny. It's this. We're talking about this new medical breakthrough of weight loss that's made every diet out there obsolete. She's just one of many people. She lost 60 pounds in 3 months, and look at the fact she has no loose skin at all. But she's not the only one. Look at Julie here. That's 35 pounds you can see it there, 37 days. They're not photoshopped. It's not made up. It's all backed by medical proof. So whatever you've seen before, you didn't see anything like this, right? Okay, I promise I'll explain it to you in 1 second. I just wanted to show, you said, what is it? So I wanted to give you an example. So let's look at one of the more, so she lost 21.2 pounds, 38.75 inches in a month, right? So what did she do? Well, it wasn't what she did. This was invented, what she did and everybody else I've showed you there, by the top weight loss nutrition physiologists in the world for 40 years, 100 studies, thousands of people. They figured out why diets didn't work. It was really complicated but simple. A diet is nothing more than reducing the amount of food you're consuming. The problem is you're reducing the amount of nutrition. When you reduce the amount of nutrition, it triggers the starvation mode in the brain. It turns your muscles into fuel, slowing down your metabolism, and that's why you gain all the weight back. So what the researchers did, they said, wait a minute, if we can we give people less food, but find foods with huge amounts of nutrition? Nothing to do with quantity. So that's what they did. They put together, now these are the top nutritionists in the world, okay? They put together 30% of the food she consumed, and everybody else you're looking at there came from the grocery store. Proteins, salads, carbohydrates, fruits, vegetables, etc. But only 30% of what she consumed in a month, okay? The other 70% of which he consumed did not come from the United States. It came from other researchers, not the ones who created this. They created it by using 30% of the food from the United States and 70% of the food from other researchers who'd gone to places like Russia, Mongolia, Tibet and the Himalayas, South America, New Zealand, that found foods with huge amounts of nutrition, but not huge amounts of quantity. So now she had the ingredients, right? Now, 5 days a week, she did something called protein pacing. Never tried before, where they let her have breakfast were these 5 foods around the world, lunch from the grocery store list, dinner from the grocery store list, and a 4th meal at the end of the day from these foods around the world. They didn't base it on calories. They based it on serving sizes, because the serving size represented the amount of nutrition in the foods that she was consuming. They weren't even concerned about how much she ate. It was what she was eating, okay? So 5 days a week, she had 4 meals a day. 2 days a week, she did something, and this is hard to explain, but this is what it is. Intermittent nutritional fasting, not fasting, not water fasting, not time-restricted eating. On those days, no food from the grocery store, only these 5 foods around the world. But listen to this. They let her eat 8 times a day. She was eating every hour and a half over the course of a day. There's your results. But also what they found in people at the end of a month, people's hunger had gone down by 41%, cravings had dropped by 40%, and people's blood pressure, blood sugar, cholesterol, triglycerides all came down dramatically. And for the first time ever in history, they measured inflammation, which we all suffer from. It dropped by 25% in 30 days, never seen before. This is not a diet. It has nothing, it's not about counting calories. It's a completely different system. And so what we offer you all for free, there's a website there. You can see it right above our head in blue. The New Health Conversation. What's there? Only the medical proof. If you go to that site, we won't contact you. The only way we'll contact you, and you can see it right above your head in black, free coaching to ensure your success. Yes, it's free coaching the whole time, teaching you how to do this, giving you the grocery list, showing you how to order those 5 foods around the world, and then coaching you through to what? To get you to your goal, and then teach you how to keep, it's called R2M, what they invented, race to maintenance. Like that picture of hers 9 years ago. She's kept the weight off now for 9 years. That's only one of many reasons to do this, okay? But I hope you're getting the general idea behind it. It's not a diet. It's not about counting calories. It's completely different. You know what it really is? It's a detox. Now, I talked about before you came on, this is a new medical syndrome, which I have and you have and every person on the planet, called TDOS syndrome. Now, you've heard of metabolic syndrome. You've probably heard of syndrome X. Well, this is a new medical syndrome that is registered trademark U.S. Patent Office. So they recognize it as a new medical syndrome. And basically what it means is the T is for toxicity, the D is for nutritional deficiency, the O is for being overweight, and the S is for stress. In the studies that were done, they measured blood, stool, urine, and fat analysis, proving that this protocol was removing the chemicals from the body. That's why they're shrinking. Because we know unequivocally now we're breathing, we're drinking, we're eating chemicals. As they come into our body, the body's taking the chemical and stuffing it in what's called our visceral fat. That's the fat around the organs. And if you thought of the fat cell like a balloon, as the chemical comes in, the fat cell expands. That's why, well, look at her. But most people complain to us. It's not just how much weight, even people that have like 10 or 15 pounds to lose, they're saying, I just can't get rid of this pooch around my stomach. Well, the body is trying to protect them, because why does it first, the stomach is such a problem? Because the body is protecting the kidneys and the liver, the 2 biggest filters in the body. I know this is totally foreign to most of you. I agree. But that's why there's an interview with the #1 nutrition weight loss physiologist in the world. They invented this protocol and they have the medical proof, 10 peer-reviewed studies to back it up. They even said in the interview, they'll never recommend to any of you a traditional diet ever again. They said it would be unethical. They said, why would we put people on diets after 8 weeks, up to 40% of what people are losing is lean muscle mass, and every person, every time, gained back 2/3, ended up weighing more than what they started. After 40 years of research, they kind of went, I guess diets don't work. So this was a breakthrough. That's why they said it would be unethical. Look what she did in 3 months, 60 pounds. That's 5 pounds a week consistently. Or even, who would be unhappy with Kristen? 5 pounds a week for 30, and she only had 35 pounds to lose. The other lady had a lot more weight to lose. Or look at this in a man, 10 pounds a week, 50, and he's an older, look at his stomach. He's not holding it in. That is what's happening here. It's not a diet. It's, if anything, it is a detox. The side benefit is this weight loss. But again, look at his medical numbers. Look at lab work. A1C from 8.4 to 6.4, triglycerides, 242 dropped to 124 in 30 days. There's no diet that can compete with this. This is the new standard. These top researchers have abandoned, they'll never put anybody on a traditional diet again. You weren't here when I read to you, not to you, but to everybody. So I don't want you to believe me, but listen to this. This is from Medicare. Okay? Medicare. Medicare's search for effective obesity treatments. That's the title. They went on to say, diets are not the answer. Here's what they said. I'm reading directly from the study. Medicare's researchers reviewed studies of long-term outcomes of calories in, calories out, restricting diets to assess whether dieting is an effective treatment for obesity. The studies show that 2/3 of dieters regain more weight than they lost on these diets. In summary, there is little support for the notion that diets lead to lasting weight loss or health benefits. This is Medicare saying this. It's not me saying it. So if you're getting mad at get mad at Medicare. They're telling you that every diet you're on now, it's doomed to failure, because it is. I'll give you even more evidence. Okay, let's take a look at, this is a huge study done in the Journal of the American Medical Association. The title, I'll read the title to you, Comparison of Weight Loss Among Named Diet Programs in Overweight and Obese Adults. They looked at 48 unique randomized trials. They looked at 7,286 people. And they compared all the diets. Paleo, keto, Mediterranean, time-restricted eating, fasting, water, Cornish diet, the Zone diet, lose weight for your blood type, Jenny Craig, Weight Watchers, Nutrisystem, on and on and on. This was a 12-month study. Not done by me, but by the Journal of the American Medical Association, one of the biggest medical journals in the world. At 12 months, when they looked at the most amount of weight loss, I want all of you to listen to this, to the least amount of weight loss, diet to diet, the only difference in weight in a year was 10 ounces. In addition, the weight loss in a year was about 16 pounds, and up to 40% of what people lost was lean muscle mass. I mean, 16 pounds in a year? Kristen, she didn't get the memo. I mean, she lost 21 pounds in 30 days. You see how silly this is? This is the new standard. This is, I mean, I know what the problem is. 99% of you are going to go back to counting calories and paleo and keto. They don't work. They do not. I just told you, Medicare said diets are not the answer. They don't work. Believe whatever you want to believe. I'm not asking you to believe it. Because here's the thing. We don't want to try to convince you. But go and look at the medical proof for yourself. The interview with the #1 weight loss nutrition physiologist in the world. Do you think maybe you'd want to listen to them? If any of these people, have any of them ever told you that when you go on a diet and they're showing you how to reduce calories, have they ever told you that you're reducing nutrition, which triggers the starvation mode in your body? Every time. Every time. You're losing 25 to 40% of your lean muscle on all these stupid diets, and 2/3 of you are going to end up weighing more than when you started. Does that sound like a workable plan to you, all of you out there? We're at 4,700 likes. Can we get to 5,000? Can we get some more taps? Oh, really? Okay, well then go take a hike and do on a stupid diet, and you're going to be overweight for the rest of your life. I can't listen to you anymore. Well, we can't listen to you either. So let's shut you up. We just did. That's the first thing. And then let's also make sure that you have a wonderful, wonderful afternoon and you're gone, okay? Because you're so misinformed, okay? You're doing things, you're not listening. You're not listening to the science. I'm not giving opinions, okay? I don't give opinions. Oh, I can't listen to you anymore. You're not saying anything. That's bull. That's total nonsense. I only quoted from the medical study, not saying anything. See, that's the problem with people like you and everybody else. You're contributing to 80% of America overweight. That's misinformation. Calories in, calories out. It's all crap. Bye. Have a great afternoon. That's just so. Desi Rose, Ozempic is what? Desi Rose. So, yes, Desi Rose. It went down 25% in a month, Desi Rose. So are you reducing inflammation in your body? No, you're not. Just so silly when people come on and make stupid comments. Stupid comments. Yeah, so it reduced inflammation. Again, you go to the website and see it. It reduced inflammation by 25%. Well, it's okay, Desi Rose. I mean, people when they come on and say things like that, it's insulting. I've written 4 best-selling books with some of the top medical doctors in the world. I've done 20 shows on PBS, appeared, done 1,500 live lectures in medical schools, and they listen to what I'm saying. Hell, they flew me to China. China thought it was important that I came, not somebody's opinion. See, I don't know what people expect. Do you want the medical proof or not? That's what it comes down to. I mean, it's just silly that people, I mean, the evidence is just, okay, so let me explain one other thing, if I've got it here, the study. I'm not saying anything. Oh, no, 30 long-term studies show that going on a diet by counting calories causes weight gain. I'm not saying anything, really? Did any of you know that before this call today, before this Zoom call? I mean, it's just ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. But people want to hang on to something that doesn't work. And again, I'm not quite sure. Do you agree, Desi Rose? Am I saying nothing? Have I not educated you? Have I not opened your eyes, at least to ask questions, at least to stimulate you to go and see and look at the medical proof? I mean, here's another study why you shouldn't count calories. Truth is, calorie counting is a terrible approach for weight loss. While counting calories and restricting calories can help you lose weight in the short term, the approach has never been proven to keep weight off long term. And 2/3 of people who try to count or restrict calories gain back more weight than they lost. I mean, do you think do you think he listened to lose 40 pounds and 52 inches in a month? His A1C from 8.4 to 6.4, triglycerides 242 to 124. I would say, with all due respect, whatever the name whatever it is, go watch the influencers. They don't have one shred of medical evidence. It's all total bull. They don't have one shred of medical evidence. That's all I've stated today is from medical evidence. I read to all of you, even from the New England Journal of Medicine, on semaglutide, 68 weeks. 68 weeks, they lost 32 pounds. And right in the study, 40% of what they lost was lean muscle mass. We're not against the shots. They're helping diabetics, they're helping people morbidly obese. But so they lost 32 pounds in 68 weeks. Curtis lost 40 pounds in a month. I don't know. Does that sound pretty good to you? Which one would you choose? See, that looks like that's a simple answer to take the shot. But for a diabetic, it's important. And also, if people are morbidly obese, and if that helps them, great. I'm not against any of these things. I'm just saying that we have including the shot. They said right in the study, 40% of what they lost was lean muscle mass. Don't you think you need to know that? Because talk to people I'm working with 200 or 300 people in the shots right now. You know what their fear is? Losing lean muscle. And how about when people stop the shot? They're gaining as much as a half a pound a day. Where he's maintained that weight loss now for almost 9 years. All these pictures that I've showed you today. I mean, who has ever equaled something like that? That's 35 pounds in 37 days is really what she lost. Look at that. Look at the difference. Okay, Golden. How did they all lose weight? Okay. Again, I don't want to be accused of not saying anything. So, Golden, let me explain to you what they did. So let's come back and just take a look at Kristen, because this is exactly 30 days, 5 pounds a week. The problem with diets, now the people that invented this, I have to tell this story because otherwise I won't have any context. They're considered the top weight loss nutrition physiologists in the entire world, right? They had done 40 years of research, 100 studies, thousands of people, and determined that traditional diets do not work. And they wanted a solution. So they invented this, not me. It has nothing to do with me. And what they concluded was this: the reason that your diets fail is because they're based on counting calories, which the human body doesn't even know what a calorie is. A calorie is just a measurement. It's the amount. So if you're counting calories to lose weight, why? So they said, wait a minute, we need to come up with a new program because a diet is really reducing the quantity of food you're consuming. So, Golden, does that make sense to you? Okay? But what you weren't told, when you lower the quantity of food you're consuming, you're also lowering nutrition. Okay? When you lower nutrition, when the brain figures out there's not enough fuel to run all the organs, the brain takes over and slows down your metabolism. That's why you initially, Golden, lose weight in the short run, and then you plateau, and then you come off the diet. And 2/3 of people right now, Golden, are gaining more weight than what they lost. So let's say someone lost 30 pounds, they're gaining back 35 or 40 pounds. It's a given. The medical, it's not up for debate. That's what's happening. So so what they did, they said, wait a minute, can we give people less food, but find new foods that have huge amounts of nutrition? And we can't rely just on food in North America, even though it's organic, because the food in North America is becoming almost nutritionally completely insufficient from a nutritional standpoint. So they limited to her and everybody else. They put a grocery list together. Only 30% of the food she consumed came from the grocery store. Proteins, fats, carbs, carbohydrates, salads, fruits and vegetables. Only 30%. And they based it not on calories, Golden, but on the serving size, okay? That was 30% of what you consumed. The other 80% came from 5 foods from around the world, from places like Russia, Mongolia, Tibet, South America, New Zealand, that represented huge amounts of nutrition, but not huge quantities of food. Does that make sense so far? So now they had the ingredients, right? Then they created 2 completely new ways of consuming food. So 5 days a week, she did something they named protein pacing, not a diet. On those days, she had 4 meals a day, Golden. She started with these 5 food groups around the world. That was breakfast. Lunch was from the grocery list, from the grocery store. Dinner from the grocery store. And a 4th meal after dinner from these 5 foods from around the world. You got it? So 30% of the food she consumed in a month came from the grocery store. She had a grocery list. The other 5 foods, in your case, you would buy directly from the suppliers, because the researchers who created this, they don't have a company. They don't have any products. We don't have a company. We don't have any products. So you're buying 30% of your food from the grocery and 70% of your food from these other suppliers. Then what they did was they created 2 new ways of consuming. So again, 5 days a week, as I was telling you, they had breakfast was the world's most perfect meal, lunch from the grocery, dinner from the grocery, last meal of the day. Then 2 days a week, and this is the part that's really important, they did a 48-hour what's called intermittent nutritional fast, not fasting, not water fasting, not time restricted eating. On those days, no food from the grocery store at all, no food, only these 5 foods around the world. But this time, they had her eating 8 times a day, 8 times. Yeah, she was eating every hour and a half. And look at the results, Golden. Not just her, but then look at Julie. Look at that. That's in 5 weeks. That's about 35 pounds. And of course, you saw the first, and that's the daughter of a friend of mine. 60 pounds and 60 in 3 months. Look at the change in her body type. So what she did is every week, right? 5 days a week, she was having 4 meals a day. 2 days a week, she was having 8 meals a day on intermittent nutritional fasting days. And so she lost basically 5 pounds per week for 3 straight months. And obviously she's at her ideal weight now. Does that make sense, Golden, or do you want me to explain it more deeply? Now, the other thing you'll notice above her head there, Golden, the new health conversation. What the heck is that? That's the website with the medical proof. There's nothing to buy there. There's no buy buttons. And look right above that, it says free coaching to ensure your success. It's free coaching. We got coached. We've got medical doctors. We got physician's assistants. We got RNs. We got dietitians, nutritionists, workout people, etc. And they're all coaching, volunteering their time because someone coached them. It's the concept of called Pay It Forward. It was a great movie. I don't know if you saw it a number of years ago. Wonderful, fabulous movie. We want to change the world. We think somebody needs to stand up, despite my distractors, right? Lots of them. Golden, how can I get on? So Golden, do you understand? I didn't see your note. I'm really sorry. Where do we get the food for the 2 days? No, you're having that food every day, not just the 2 days. Did you hear what I said? So who is it? Let's see. I named my son after Trevor in that movie. Oh my God, Shelley, do you agree? I just watched it with my wife like a week ago. We were both crying again. Oh my God, it was so incredible. So then, okay, Tamika, I'm sorry. So let me explain to you again, Tamika. 5 days a week, they started with these world's most perfect meals. They had lunch from the grocery store list, dinner from the grocery store list, and their fourth meal was these foods. So they're not just having those foods on the 2 days. What I was saying, on those 2 days, that's all they're consuming. No food from the grocery store. But you also have to understand, in cooking, you have the ingredients, but without a recipe, you don't have anything. Do you agree? So the reason we offer free coaching is, number one, we don't know anything about you. Do you know we have kids as young as 2 doing this? We have a lady 91. We have people with no thyroids. We have a man with a heart transplant. We have people with no gallbladders. We have people with kidney transplants. And we're not treating, curing, diagnosing, or making any medical claims. All we're sharing with you is what they proved in the medical trials. So this is not some simple thing where we give you, oh, here's the recipes, go do it. It's way more complicated than that. As a matter of fact, the other thing you'll get from the coaches, and those coaches coach you every day. They're there to support you and back you up. And let me see if I can find it here. It's somewhere buried. Oh, here it is. So here's what the researchers created, not us. It's called the Blueprint for Success. And essentially what's in here, along with the food list that you get to the grocery store, there are these yellows are daily tutorials, including an actual calendar. Let me show it to you. And maybe, I know you can't quite read it. So it's like day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4. Every day it's a video from the researchers, not from us, explaining to you, this is why it's safe. This is what you're doing. This is why you're doing it. And you get a step-by-step schedule of exactly what to do on the protein pacing days when you're having you're having the foods from around the world for breakfast, then you're having a lunch and dinner, regular food from your grocery store in your last meal, and then they walk you through also what do you do when you're having those 8 meals on the intermittent nutrition fasting days. So it's not like, hey, here's the recipe, go for it. It's way more than that. So we'd be ripping you off, but we offer you free coaching. It's not a gimmick. It's free coaching. It'd be like, imagine all of you could join the gym and they give you a free personal trainer. Would you turn it down? I don't know. But the other part, I didn't even tell all of you. So obviously the 30% of the food you buy from your grocery store, that's the food. I mean, the other 70% of the food you're buying, those suppliers, they offer you 100% money back guarantee in the first 30 days if it doesn't work. Did you hear what I said? In the first 30 days, they give you 100% money back guarantee. Nothing's 100%, of course. But it's so rare when anybody, does she want a refund, do you think? Do you think she wants a refund after losing 60 pounds in 3 months and has kept it off for 9 years? So, Shelley Rolfe, so are you saying 100% you understand, or you now understand what I was, 100% on the movie. Oh my, I know. I wish everybody would watch that movie. Listen, Shelley, that's what we're doing. We're paying it forward. Someone coached us for free. We didn't know how to do this. And I'd been a nutritional researcher. Well, I wasn't then, 23 years ago, to be quite honest with you. I had serious medical challenges. Let me tell you my story. And I'm not advising anybody to do what I'm about to share with you, but I walked in for my physical 23 years ago. My doctor said, Peter, if you don't do something radically different today, you have an 85% chance of a heart attack in 18 months. I was 40 pounds overweight. My cholesterol was 400. My triglycerides were 300. And he put me on, diet, exercise, and a statin for cholesterol. I came back 8 weeks later, lost 8 pounds, but my cholesterol only came down 15 points. I didn't know what the hell I was going to do, right? Another friend of mine, I just ran into him. He played professional football for the Oakland Raiders, turned me on to the early versions of this, and they said, heck, I'll eat road tar if it won't kill me. And I'm not saying don't take your statins. Don't hear me say that. I went on it. I lost 8 pounds in 4 days. I lost 12 pounds in 9 days. I lost 20 pounds in 18 days. I lost 30 pounds in a month. And in 7 weeks, I lost 40 pounds. Went back the next week for follow-up. And this time my doctor comes in, throws my chart down and says, Peter, how much statin are you taking? And this is the part I'm not advising you to do what I did. But it's what I did. I said, I haven't touched that stuff in 8 weeks. He said, well, the lab made a mistake. We need to retest you. I said, why? Listen to this. Listen to this, Shelley. My cholesterol, also golden. Listen to this. I'll come back to that in a moment, Golden. Let me finish the story before I forget. My cholesterol went from 400 to 120. My triglycerides from 300 to 30. I lost 40 pounds. And I just said to myself, if this is real, it's going to change the world. And then I ran into another doctor friend of mine actually later that day that I hadn't seen in 2 months. And she was acting weird. And she basically said, because I'd lost 40 pounds in less than in 2 months it was, and she just said, "Oh my God, do you have the big C?" And I said, "No." And anyway, she invited me to a dinner, and with 20 physicians, I was the only layperson there, and the chemist who invented it. That's really he just that's how it all happened. But that's just to let you know that I'm a product of this technology. Let's call it that, right? So anyway, back to you for a moment, Golden. So go to the top, see where it says the new health conversation. Do you see that, Golden? You acknowledge you did before, right? That, excuse me, that website, take a look at the medical proof. Just scroll down on the page. Just scroll down after you look at all the medical proof, and it says free consultation. But it's not just a free consultation. They'll coach you the whole time. You'll get a real coach. Put your phone number, your email in there, or just your email. It doesn't matter to us, just so we can get a hold of you. And then a coach will not only go through everything with you, they'll be your coach the whole time, free, for free. Every time I get people, how much is the free coaching? It's like, what do you charge for free coaching? Zero. But Shelly, I'm sure you get it, the whole concept of pay it forward, right? So, okay, Shelly, do you see again up there above her head in blue, the new health conversation, Shelly? I know Golden sees that, and the rest of you, do you see it too? So Tamika, I hope I answered your question as also, right? I'm not trying to be evasive, but this is not some simple answer. But do you want those kind of results, all of you? So you can see the new health conversation. In black, it says free coaching. That means free coaching. So it's not like you go there and they coach you for a week and they say, oh, well, if you want to continue, it's another 50. No, it's free coaching. Someone coached us for free. We're coaching you for free. I mean, it sounds like a pretty good deal to me, right? Wow, I didn't even look. We're at 5,400 likes. Can we get some more taps on the screen? Any of you, if you like the content, let's keep going. Let's make this. Oh, thank you, Shelly. That was so nice of you. Somebody sent me a rose. That's great. I'm not quite sure what that means. I think it's good because I'm a researcher. I'm so happy. I love TikTok's made it possible for me to help so many more people. I've got people all over the world. I got people in Romania and in Madrid. I got people in the UK. I got people in Australia and New Zealand that are watching my podcast and doing this protocol. So Golden, again, I see the same message coming up, but I'm assuming you understand to go to the new health conversation, and you can scroll down and you get a free coach, and that's how it's done. So sign up for the initial free consult. Yes. Oh my God, yes. And the reason for that, Shelly, it's really simple. We don't know anything about you. I mean, again, obviously, April, sorry, obviously, the cost, she did it for 3 months. Where Kristen, I can tell you right away, she did it for less than 2 months because she got to her goal. She only needed to lose 35 pounds. So the cost is really dependent on, and by the way, are you on any drugs? Do you exercise? How old are you? I mean, there's so many variables that the coaches go over with you. This isn't just like, oh, here are the recipes. No, they want to know because it changes. If someone's a diabetic, it's a different, how can I say, approach than if someone just has high blood pressure or someone just wants to lose weight. Or in the case, we have 2-year-olds doing this, 91-year-old lady doing it. I mean, it's really, I understand the biggest problem is it's just, it's too good to be true, right? So Shelly, you get that. Golden, you got that. Tamika, I would really encourage you to go there as well to see the medical proof, okay? Would anybody else like to ask me? Oh, Shelly, I see all of you at the top now. Tamika, Shelly, user 388. We want to help you, okay? We really, sincerely, because someone helped. I believe I wouldn't be alive today if it wasn't for this. And diets killed my mom. My mom was, some of you heard the story, my mom was morbidly obese my whole life. So I lived through fat shaming, and 24 years ago, she called me up one day and said, you know, Peter, I have one really big wish in my life. I said, what's that, Mom? And she said, I would give anything to spend one day thin. I said, wow, Mom. So 6 months later, massive heart attack and stroke. My mom did about every diet that was out there. So a lot of the people that like to fight me, that's why I get so upset when they try to support diets that are proven to absolutely be abject failures in the long run. Well, when Medicare is saying 2/3 of people that are going on these diets are gaining more weight than they lost, why are people not open to medical proof? They've cracked the code. They figured it out. How did she lose 21 pounds in a month? That's not, I mean, if I said to all of you, if you wanted to put it in there, whether it's Shelley or Golden, if you wanted to lose 20 pounds, any diet, you weren't on this podcast today, let's say, how long would you give yourself? And what would you do? What kind of, you'd be on a diet, give me a name. I'd love to hear from any of you. So I hope you all, now we're at 5,500. Come on, let's keep, now I'm excited. We're at 5,500. Can we get to 6,000? No, Atkins. Oh, Atkins. And okay, Shelley, on Atkins, how long would it take you to lose 20 pounds? I'm really curious. I'm really curious because that again, Atkins, well, he died of heart attack. Other than that, it was great. 4 weeks, yeah. But then, of course, the problem is that it's not sustainable, and then people gain all their weight back. And then what happens after that is, well, I mean, you can see right here that but look at the change in her body. You can see the change in her body composition, right? Or Julie, who, 35 pounds in 37 days. I mean, it's just crazy, right? Crazy. But the thing that's so great about this is sustainable. And like Atkins or none of them have ever proven to remove any chemicals from our body that we know we're storing them in our body. It's not up for debate. So, yeah, comes back. Exactly. But you understand these pictures, Shelley, they're like 9 years old. Well, me, I don't think I look fat anymore, do I? I mean, I lost 40 pounds in 7 weeks 23 years ago. I'm just so excited for all of you, for Shelley and Golden. But our job is not to convince you. We just want to make you aware of what's possible. That's it for all of you. Let's take a look at, I want everyone to understand the website is 100% free. If you go, you can see it there above her head, right? See it in blue, everybody? The new health conversation. Can we get some more taps? We're at 5,500. Come on, I want to get to at least 6,000. Wow, I've been on for an hour and 52 minutes. Didn't I create value for some of you? Despite the people said, well, I can't listen to you anymore. Well, good. Go do Atkins. Go do whatever you're going to do. What are you doing about removing chemicals from your body? Nothing. Zero. Good luck with that. It's just, sometimes it's just silly and it's funny, but it's sad in the same token. Because people want a 1 minute explanation. No, you're not getting a 1 minute explanation of like E equals MC squared. It took the researchers 40 years to figure this out. And it was very specific about the serving sizes and the sequence of when people eat certain things at certain times. It's all, the researchers did that. So it's not a matter of, oh, here are the 5 foods and go for it. That's, again, can you cook anything without a recipe? Well, I guess tonight we're going to make hamburgers but if, one of my favorite things is like, say, chicken parmesan. And I've had it in a lot of restaurants. And the problem is typically that the chicken just is dry. Well, we've got a restaurant in Denver where they crack the code. And when I want chicken parmesan, I go there and it's the same ingredients, but the recipe's different. This is the recipe to change the rest of your lives, or not. Or ignore the fact you're storing chemicals inside your fat cells, because you are. So anybody else? Oh, we're still at 5,500. Can we get anybody left? Can we just get some taps on that screen? Tap, 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 tap. And see if we can get to at least 6,000. It's 1 hour, 53 minutes. Let's see, it's 3:30 in the East Coast. So I'll go about another 8 or 10 minutes. If anybody would like to ask me a question, I'm happy to stay. So would anybody, like I said, would anybody like to ask me a question? Because I'm I'm ready to answer. And just to let you know, so it's 3:30 on the East Coast. I'm going to say that I will do another live let's see, at 2 would be 4, let's just say 4:30 Eastern time. I'll do another one. But I want y'all to understand that website is free to go to. If you like what you see, you scroll down, you get a free coach. They'll go over everything with you. They don't sell you anything. They're not there to sell you. They're not there to convince you. Like most of the people on here, they're saying the same thing. Like, how do I get started? They haven't even seen the medical proof yet. They're listening to me. But I'm only sharing with you what's in the medical proof. So for any of you, okay, great, Shelley. But anyone, Golden, etc. Golden, do you feel like I've given you value? Do you feel like I've shared something with you that really could hit home? Do you feel like it's useful information? Well, for anybody, for all of you across the board. Because that's what we want to do. We want to make you aware. Look, who else is showing you medical proof about any of these diets? Who? Who would it be? I don't know. Hello. Yeah, Shelley, have a great, happy Mother's Day, by the way. But to all of you, to any of the moms out there, happy Mother's Day. Wow, it's just amazing. And we obviously, I didn't even talk about that, but this also really helps with pre and post menopause. Amazing stuff that it's doing. We're not saying we're curing menopause. We're not doing that, but people feel better. They have more energy. They're sleeping better at night, which is one of the big complaints that I hear from people, women all the time, that they really are having trouble sleeping. And I do. You just got to do it. I think, Tamika, what you're saying is you just got to go to the website and see the medical proof and then decide on your own. Is that what you're kind of saying? So you got, Tamika, were you saying you got value from what I've been sharing with people? Did you get value from it? Do you understand that my job is to make you aware, but then show you the medical proof? It's not my medical proof, but it's from the top weight loss nutrition physiologists in the world. So, oh, I think, Tamika, are you saying it's good? Are you saying that what I'm doing is good? I'm not looking for compliment. Well, I kind of am, right? I mean, I've spent, basically 23 years of my life to come to this point to be able to share with all of you tonight, but none of it's my research. Our job is to bring you the research of the researchers, the top people in the entire world. Join the conversation where? Okay. Do you see page above the girl's head there? The new health conversation. That's a free. Wow, Tamika, thank you. So she's saying she got real value. So Paige, if you just come on so you don't understand you didn't hear the explanation, which I'm happy to do for you. Just let me know if you're curious about how did she lose 60 pounds in 3 months, or some of the other people like what just happened. Hold on a second. Whoops. So like Kristen, who lost 21.2 pounds, 38 inches in 30 days. So Paige, let me know, did you hear the explanation or not? Because I certainly will go over it with you again. Not up for debate. I'm happy to do it. I've been on, is it .com? No, just the new health. No, it's just, okay, so let me go back. Do you see it there, Paige? The new health conversation, no .com. Just type in the new health conversation. You see that? Yes, Tamika, you're exactly right. But the coaches, they're going to support you. They're going to educate you. They're going to be your cheerleader. They're going to it's really important. That's why coaching. Okay, Paige. So let me explain it to you, okay? Let's go back and take a look at Kristen. So this is pretty, this is really typical. This isn't anything extraordinary, although she did lose 5 pounds a week. So Paige, this is what she did. Not what she did. The people who invented what they all did has nothing to do with dieting, has nothing to do with counting calories, but they are the top weight loss nutrition physiologists in the world who invented this, okay? What they did after 40 years of research, 100 studies, thousands of people, they figured out why diets are such a miserable failure. As is proven today, Paige, 80% of Americans overweight, 50% are obese, and 50% are pre-diabetic. So what they said was after 40 years of every diet, a diet was not based on counting calories. It was based on lowering the amount of food we consume. And never before had it been considered that when, sounds crazy, but it wasn't, that when you lower the amount of food you consume, you lower the amount of nutrition. The problem with that is when you lower the amount of nutrition, the brain says, wait a minute, there's not enough fuel. It stops you from accessing the energy in your fat cells and turns to your muscles for fuel. And then it does two of the most unhealthy things you could ever possibly do to yourself, Paige. One, it slows down your metabolism. That's why you lose weight initially on these diets. Then it stops, plateau, you come off the diet, you gain everything back. But the other thing it's doing that's even worse by losing lean muscle is you slow down your own immune system. So you're making yourself unwell by going on a diet, by counting calories. That's proven. I went over and over and over. As a matter of fact, because you just came on late, let me just read one more thing for you. I hope this will make perfect sense to you. And that is that even, let me find it here. Here it is. Even Medicare, just to show you, Paige, how bad it's gotten. Medicare search for effective obesity treatments. Diets are not the answer. Sorry, it's been a long day. The researchers reviewed studies of long-term outcomes of calories in, calories out to assess whether dieting is an effective treatment for obesity. The studies showed that 2/3 of dieters regained more weight than they lost on their diets. In summary, there's little support for the notion that diets lead to lasting weight loss or health benefits. So it's not just these researchers who are saying this now. So what they did, they said, can we give you less food, Paige, but increase nutrition? So they had to find new food groups and groupings. So what they did, they created a grocery list, but only 30% of what she consumed and everybody else came from the grocery store. She got a list of proteins, fats, carbs, salads, carbohydrates, fruits, etc., and vegetables. Got it? 30% of what she consumed. Here was the key. The other 70% of what she consumed did not come from the United States. It came from other researchers or suppliers who'd gone to Russia, to Mongolia, to Tibet, to South America, New Zealand, to find huge amounts of nutrition in really small amounts of food. So now they had the ingredients, 30% from the grocery store, 70% from these foods around the world. Then they invented, based on this new formula, which wasn't based on calories, it was based on serving sizes for the first time ever. Then what they created was two completely different ways of consuming food. 5 days a week, she and everybody else had 4 meals a day. You heard me, 4. They started with these 5 foods around the world, which the researchers called the world's most perfect meals from a nutritional standpoint. That was breakfast, lunch from the grocery store list, dinner from the grocery store list, and a 4th meal after dinner from these 5 food groups around the world. That was 5 days a week, 4 meals a day. 2 days a week, she did something called intermittent nutritional fasting, not water fasting, not time restricted eating. Okay? On those days, no food from the grocery store page, only these 5 foods around the world. But this time, they had her eating, you ready for this? 8 times a day. She was having these foods around the world every hour and a half to 2 hours. Look at the results. No one, and by the way, that picture is about 9 years old. She's kept the weight off for 9 years, as the rest of these people are. Look at Julie, for example, Paige. Look at that. That's 35 pounds in 37 days. But look at the change in her body composition. From her arms, look at her waist. Look at her legs. That's crazy, right? Or even if you look at, this is April, but look at the change. Look at her arms. Look at her face. Look at her waist, if I get my fat head out of the way. Where's the loose skin? And believe it or not, Paige, on the website, there are men and women who lost 100 pounds or more, no loose skin. I'm not kidding you. Go look for yourself. That's why you can see it right there above her head, the new health conversation. Now, men, wait to see this. How about 40 pounds, 52 inches in 30 days? But look at his blood work, his A1C from 8.4 to 6.4, his triglycerides from 242 to 124 in 30 days. It's not a diet. It doesn't work like that. And hopefully you have none of these challenges, high blood pressure, high blood sugar. But would you be unhappy if you could lose 20 pounds in 30 days and feel great? Oh, by the way, when they measured, they lost no water weight at all and gained 6 to 9% lean muscle, and no one's allowed to exercise. They actually wore Fitbits proving that they weren't exercising. I know it sounds good to be true, But again, the medical, when you're talking about, which we are, peer-reviewed human trial medical studies, there's no debating it. It's already been scrutinized. It's not a scientific paper. That's a whole different ballgame. When you're talking about a human trial, it's at the highest level that we have in medical investigation in the world. There's nothing higher. That's why no drug ever gets approved without a peer-reviewed human trial study. Not mice, not rats, not chimpanzees, birds. No, just human beings. This is such a breakthrough that these researchers, well, they're the top researchers page in the world. As a matter of fact, there's a rating service that they rate researchers. It's called the H Index. A really great research, and it's based on how many studies did you submit and how many times was your study cited by other researchers. Well, a really good group would be, and this is not 0 to 100, this is a different rating scale. They say if you have a score of 20, that's really high. People who won the Nobel Prize, their score is around a 30. The score here for this group, 46. They're the top weight loss nutrition physiologists in the world. See, people want to argue with me for, I don't know, it doesn't matter. They don't like my glasses. They don't like me. But science, they don't give a damn. They've been cited 9,800 times. 9,800 times their work. They're the top people in the world that invented this. And it's 100% safe. And if you go to, there's an interview page with the the head scientist for them, who goes over and says they'll never recommend any form of traditional diet ever again to anybody. They're unsafe. They make you unhealthy. They make you unwell. What are we doing, everyone? I mean, John Hopkins, I've got it here somewhere. I mean, it's just so ridiculous. Oh, here it is. Page, this is from John Hopkins Medical School. Study predicts obesity apocalypse. By 2030, 86% of Americans are going to be overweight or obese by the year 2030 in less than 5 years. Does that sound to you like diets are working? Does that sound to you like diets? Even Medicare says diets don't work. But yet, what are we doing? Paleo, keto, Mediterranean, time-restricted eating, fasting, water fasting. I mean, it would be funny. It's just so sad. And I get people in here all the time who want to challenge me, and I'm happy to have a discussion as long as it's civil. But when people start calling me names, really? I've devoted 23 years of my life to this. I've written 4 best-selling books to some of the biggest medical doctors in the world. I did 20 shows on PBS and did over 1,500 live lectures all around the world before COVID. I've spoken in hospitals and universities and towns. They even flew me to China. So they thought, I guess this guy has something worth saying. But you all have a chance to really hit the reset button for the rest of your lives. Or not. I mean, I'd love for anybody to put, what's the icon look like? The icon, I'm not sure what you're talking. I'm going to show you the website here. Hold on just a second. There's the website. There's nothing to buy there. That's only the medical proof page when you see that. I'm not sure what you mean by the icon look like. So maybe you can type that in. I'm not tracking with you, right? So it's not, if you're talking about the website, it's just this website right here. You can see it, the New Health Conversation. Just Google the New Health Conversation. It'll take you to the website. You get to see all the medical proof. And then if you like, scroll down and get a free coach or not. But you don't have to get a coach to see all the medical proof. I want everybody to understand that. Free, you can see it there, free coaching to ensure, free coaching to ensure your success. It's 100% free. It always baffles me why people, they're letting their skepticism potentially interfere or lessen their life, what I call their quality of life, potential. I mean, they really are. And all we're saying to everybody, there's no, you don't need the icon, just the New Health Conversation. Sorry, just the New Health Conversation. There's a heart, there's a red heart, but you don't need that. Just put in the New Health Conversation. I think on the web, I think it comes up. Let me just see here once. Yeah, see that red heart up there, but you don't have to put that in there. That is our, see, this is a registered trademark with the U.S. Patent Office, okay? So that's why that's there, because you need to have a symbol, not just the words. So the New Health Conversation is really, that is my brand. That's everything I do. That's my writings, etc. So does that make sense to your page? So just type in, you can see it there, the New Health Conversation. That's all you need to put in. I'm slurring my words. Wow, we're at 2 hours and 9 minutes. This is a long podcast I'm doing. This is my second or third one today. I usually do at least 3 a day. So it's now almost 4 o'clock on the East Coast. So I'll probably do another one in an hour or two. So, okay, Paige, so you get it, right? The New Health Conversation. And please, Paige, understand, we're not going to contact you if you go there. So don't be if you go there and you don't get a phone call, don't be disappointed. We don't need to do that. We rely on the medical proof for you and for everybody else to see the medical proof without any harassment. If we had to convince people and sell people, there wouldn't be enough hours in the day. That's why that website is so powerful and so important to all of you. We're at 5,700 on likes. Can we get some more taps, some of you? Can we at least get to 6,000? My gosh, I've been pouring my heart out for 2 hours and 10 minutes. I'm kidding. You can do it or not. It's fine. I'm thrilled that we're at 5,700. But I go into some of these grow rooms and they're cool and there's a lot of excitement. And some of them have 10,000, 15,000, likes. But are they telling you anything's going to change your life? I mean, with all due respect, and I like them. They're fun. They're exciting. But what are they really doing? Or any of these people you're following on social media, have any of them showed you one shred of medical evidence for what they're telling you to do? You're entrusting your health to someone, nice people, that giving you an opinion. Because it doesn't matter that someone's an MD or a chiropractor or a dietitian nutritionist. Unless they have a peer-reviewed human trial study, it's just hot air. It's just chatter. Evidenced by the fact that they're all telling people how to lose weight, and yet it's getting worse and worse and worse every year. We're getting bigger and bigger and sicker and sicker. I mean, right now it's 80% overweight, 50% obese, 50% pre-diabetic, and in 1964, 15% of the population was overweight or obese. So 60 years later, we're at 80% overweight, 50% obese, and 50% pre-diabetic. 50% of our kids are overweight, and a third of those are pre-diabetic or type 2 diabetics, which those conditions did not exist in children or were almost never seen 35 years ago. What are we doing? Seriously, what are we doing? Well, we're not doing this, right? Christine Sargent, what are those tulips? Is that a good thing, Christine? Sorry. And Christine, did you hear the explanation? Have you heard it? But again, Christine, or any of you, because I am going to, my voice is challenged right now. I need to rest it for a little while. But for all of you, you can see right above her head in blue, see it in blue, in dark blue, the New Health Conversation, no spaces. That's the website, free medical proof. You can go there. We will not contact you if you go there, everyone. You need to scroll down if you want and get a free coach. Imagine you could join the gym and they give you a free personal trainer. Would you take it or no? Would you just, no, I'm good. I'm going to live. No, you're not. Of course you'd take it. It sounds too good to be true. And whoever it was, one of my nice people earlier had said, yes, I did. Thank you for the information. I'll check it out. Okay, Christine, great. And thank you. Are those tulips? And honestly, Christine, I know I'm this mad scientist researcher, but when it comes to social media and TikTok, I'm a relative newbie, okay? Although we're garnering a huge following, and I just appreciate all of you so much. It's just wonderful that you're all sticking around to learn this. But the gift we can give to you was given to us. We got coached for free. We didn't know how to do this. The researchers, when they first started out, they didn't know if it was going to work. They were skeptical that it would work. It sounded too simple. Wait a minute, can we reduce the amount of food people are consuming, but find foods that strictly were based on nutrition and give you serving sizes? Nothing to do with calories. Nothing to do with calories. That's the most ridiculous thing ever. Do you know that a calorie is not a real thing? It's a measurement. It's the amount of heat it takes to raise a gram of water, 1 degree Celsius. When you're hungry, you're not hungry for calories. What are you hungry for? Nutrition. That's what in essence, that's what the researchers did. They went and found food groups that would represent huge amounts of nutrition in small quantities of food. That's what they did. But see, on a diet, you're talking about deprivation. You're talking about starvation mode because you don't have enough nutrition. And they didn't do it. These researchers didn't do it with food. From only 30% of the food she consumed came from North America. So we're still stuck. Come on, can we? I'd love it if we get to 6,000. For any of you left or coming on, just tap on that screen a little bit, and I know we can get to 6,000. Just because I like that number. Don't think I'm not appreciative for all of you that have tapped on the screen and get us to 5,700. But isn't this message, well, not isn't it? This message is for the world. We have 1 billion people who are clinically obese in the world. And they said that obesity is the leading form of malnutrition in the world. Essentially, that's what you've been doing going on a diet by lowering the amount of food you were consuming, and you were lowering nutrition. And especially if you were dealing with 100% of the food in North America, our food in North America is almost nutritionally bankrupt. Let me give you an example. Cornell University did a study on the iron levels in spinach from 1953 to year 2020. They say the nutritional, this is Cornell University, not me. They say the nutritional value in spinach over that period of time has decreased. You ready for this, everyone? By 4,300%. Put it in layman's terms. A bowl of spinach in 1953, in 2020, to equal the same nutrition, you'd have to eat 30 to 40 bowls of spinach. But that's broccoli, Brussels sprouts. Food is, I mean, we've created these huge mountains of food. Thank God for our farmers. Not their fault. They're trying to make money. But as we've increased the yields, we've decreased the amount of nutrition. It's not up for debate. That's what's going on. So, Tina, what I'm saying is that food in North America is nutritionally insufficient. That would be a really good way to think about it. And the hunger that's being created in people, I'm not saying in you, I don't know you, is caused by the lack of nutrition. It's not caused by the lack of calories. It's not caused by the lack of the amount of food you're consuming. That's why the researchers limited to what she did and everybody else. Only 30% of what they consumed came from the grocery store. And they gave her a list of foods that weren't based on calories, were based on the serving sizes. So proteins, carbohydrates, salads, vegetables, fruits, etc. Okay? Only 30% of what she consumed. Because of what I just shared with you, our food in North America is all but nutritionally, it's insufficient. That's to be kind. So they had to find other food sources around the world that weren't depleted of nutrition. And they didn't find them. There were other researchers who'd gone to Russia, to Mongolia, to Tibet, to South America, New Zealand to find foods with huge amounts of nutrition, like the food in this country used to have 120, 130 years ago. But as we've increased the yields, the amount of nutrition's gone down because we're not rotating crops anymore. We're using phosphates and nitrates to grow huge amounts of food, but the nutrition has dwindled. Well, look what's happened to us since 1964. 15% of America was overweight or obese. This year, 80% is overweight, 50% are obese. And it's just crazy. So Tina, are you understanding this? So the researchers put together a new combination of food. The reason they needed these 5 foods from around the world was because our food is nutritionally bankrupt for the most part. So they had now the ingredients, 30% from the grocery store, but 70% from these foods around the world. And then based on those new food groupings, they created 2 new ways of consuming food. So Tina, 5 days a week, she had 4 meals a day. You heard me, 4 meals a day. Starting with these 5 foods around the world, that was breakfast, lunch from the grocery store list, dinner from the grocery store list, and a 4th meal at the end of the day from these 5 foods from around the world. She did that 5 days a week. They called that, the researchers do, protein pacing, okay? 2 days a week, no food from the grocery store, no food from North America, only these 5 foods from around the world. But this time they had her eating, listen to this, Tina, she had 8 meals a day, 8. So she was eating about every hour and a half, but no food from the grocery store, only these foods from around the world. And look at the results. Not just her results, but look at Kristen. How about 21 pounds and 38 inches in 30 days? That's 5 pounds a week. Or Julie? Are you kidding? Look at that. By the way, that's 35 pounds in 37 days. That's what she actually lost. But look at the difference in her body composition. Now, you can think it's AI or Photoshop. It's not. It's real. I understand you're all struggling, thinking it's real. It's real. And yet, Tina, so the website, you can see right above her head in blue there. Everybody can see it. The New Health. Wow, we're at 6,300. I missed that. Thank you all. Wow. Just tap on those screens. Let's keep going. Wow. I'm at 2 hours and 19 minutes. I guess I can go a little bit more. I'm so inspired. That's wonderful. But anyway, as I was saying to you, Tina, look at the website, the New Health. Now, what's there? Only the medical proof. And it says free coaching. You get to determine if you want free coaching or you want to learn more. Scroll down and you get a free coach and they'll explain everything to you. But you don't have to do that because all the medical proof, we show you everything up front. We're totally transparent. Doesn't that interest you? Doesn't that sound exciting? It was windy today. So again, Tina, any more questions for it? You're going to go to the website. Great. And you see it there, right, Tina? Just give me a yes. Oh, good. You see that, the New Health Conversation. And Tina, again, for all of you, for everybody on here, all my friends, okay? I hope I have some friends. We're here to help you. But our only job, we don't have time to convince you. We don't have time to sell you. We're here to support you. We're here to educate you. We're here to make you aware. But you get to make the decision, not us convincing you. If we have to convince you, don't do it. I'm serious. Don't even think about it. You have to be committed to yourself, not to us. We're going to cheerlead you. We're going to support you. We're going to teach you for free, but someone did it for us. Someone did it for me. I didn't know how to do this 23 years ago. You kidding me? It was like a strange concept. What do you mean detoxifying the body? What? Well, I'm sure glad that somebody, I really believe, yeah, very exciting. Great, great, great. I'm committed, just need the correct formula. Okay, Tina, look, Tina, the one thing I didn't even tell you, maybe I did, and for all of you, listen to me carefully. So 30% of the food she consumed came from the grocery store. Everybody got that? A grocery list, okay? That's not too hard to understand. But the other 70% that she got from these other suppliers, those suppliers, for you, the 70% of what you'd spend from those foods, Tina, they give you 100% money back guarantee in the first 30 days. Did you hear me, everybody? They give you all your money, well, not the grocery store. They're not going to do that. But the 70% of what you're going to spend your money on, you have no risk. You have no risk, everybody. Are they doing that with keto or paleo or Mediterranean or time restricted eating? Or these people that time restricted, that's trying to sell you recipes? Really? Recipes? What a bunch of crap. And not one shred of medical evidence. He's got like 1 million followers. 1 million followers. I don't have 1 million followers. And yet we have the only medical proof, period. The only medical proof. Yeah, Tina, isn't that great that you 100% money back guarantee? Tina, what's your risk? Because you have to eat, right? So 30% of your food you're getting from the grocery store, they're not going to give you a refund because you ate the food, right? But these researchers, if you consume everything, they'll give you all your money back. They'll even pay return shipping. And for all of you, nothing's 100%. Of course not. But this is damn near 100%. It's so rare when anybody... You think she wants a refund? You think that Curtis, everybody, wants a refund after 40 pounds and 52 inches in a month and his A1C from 8.4 to 6.4 and triglycerides 242 to 124 in a month? You think he wants a refund? No, that picture's like 8 or 9 years old and he's kept the weight up now for 9 years. He never wants to go back to 8.4 and to 242 on his triglycerides. I can talk to it. I did it 23 years ago, and my cholesterol, they've remained at those low levels that were at life-threatening levels when I started this 23 years ago. That's why one of the reasons I'm so motivated. But what's my motivation? It's all somebody who's on or none doing a medical weight loss study and it's not helping. Of course not. No, of course not. Tina, let me ask you something, okay? If what they were doing worked with 80% of America today, let's go 4.5 years, they're estimating 86% of America is going to be overweight or obese. That means out of 330 million people, let me do the math. So almost 290 million people are going to be overweight or obese in let's say 4.5 years. Do you think if any of these things worked, if they did work, like this medical weight loss study, they'd have $1 trillion business? How come nobody's ever figured it out until now? Because they don't have, you understand, they don't have any medical proof. They have anecdotal stories, they have scientific papers. That doesn't mean a damn thing in the medical world. I know, because for 22 years, listen, I'm not bragging, but it's true. I wrote 4 best-selling books with some of the biggest medical doctors in the world. They did 20 shows on PBS. I was interviewed on the 4 biggest daytime shows in America and did over 1,500 lectures all over the world, including in China. That meant nothing in the medical world until a year and a half ago when these medical studies started to come out. Tina, this could change your life and lots of other people. And you're showing me a medical weight loss and it's not helping. Of course not. It's the wrong approach. Tina, what are they having you do? Are they limiting the amount of food you're consuming? Just humor me. Tell me. I'm very interested. I'm just curious. What are they having you do? When you say medical weight loss study, what does it even mean? What does that even mean? Are they doing blood, stool, urine, and fat analysis? Are they measuring liver enzymes? Are they measuring inflammation? Are they measuring hunger? I doubt it. So, Tina, if you can, just in a few words or a sentence, just what are they having you do? I'm fascinated by this stuff. Fascinated. Are you typing, Tina? I guess you are. Just the shots a monthly. Tina, okay, I know maybe I'm going to repeat myself. So Tina, if I didn't read this, and I apologize to any if I'm reading again, but I want you to understand several things. One, we're not against the shots. They're helping diabetics and they're helping people that are obese to a limited degree. Now, Tina, listen to this. And Tina, you can go look it up. Well, actually, it's on the website. If you go to the website, you'll see it. The New England Journal of Medicine, a once-weekly semaglutide in adults with overweight and obese people. So Tina and everybody else. This was a 68-week study. You got that, everybody? A year and 4 months. The weight loss in 68 weeks was 32 pounds. It's right in the study. I don't have to make up anything. And right in the study, of the 32 pounds people lost, Tina, 40% was lean muscle mass. It's right in the study, for crying out loud. And then they went on to say, this is clinically relevant reductions in body weight. 32 pounds, excuse me. Kristen didn't get the memo. I mean, she lost 21 pounds in 30 days. They lost 32 pounds in 68 weeks. Or, well, let's just look at our poster child. Oh, she didn't get the memo. 60 pounds in 3 months. Now, understand, in these studies, there were people that were obese. New England Journal of Medicine. I mean, 32 pounds in 68 weeks, and 40% is lean muscle, and they're saying that's relevantly good, and we're not against the shots. But we're making you aware. Does that sound like a good outcome? Tina, would you say that's a good outcome? Tina? Or would you be more interested in what April did in front of you on the screen? All of you, look at that. Wow, we're at 6,300. Come on, let's get some more taps. Let's keep going. I'm here. Oh my God, no food restriction. How could you not have food restriction? I mean, this is crazy. It's crazy. Oh my God, because your body only runs on nutrition and they're not giving you food recommendations. I mean, unless you're a nutritional chemist, how do you know? They're going to leave you to your own choices? Really? Oh, it's just silly. No. So Tina, honest to God, would you be excited about losing 32 pounds in 68 weeks and 40% of what you lose in lean muscle mass? Or would you rather trade places? And Tina, I have no idea. I mean, if you don't mind, how much you're trying to lose. And I'll tell you realistically how fast you can do it safely and keep it off for the rest of your life. Or not. I hope you're typing. This is so wonderful. And Tina, we're having a really nice conversation. At least I feel that way. I mean, maybe you don't. Exactly, because the food had nutrition in it. Tina, that's why. It's real simple. Because you have to understand, when you eat dense nutrition, you can eat more food. Why? Because the body processes it cleanly. Here's a better way to think about it, Tina and everybody else. So let's say today you went to fill up your car. Pump number one says, sign, this 1 gallon will take you 20 miles. Okay. Pump number two, I'm looking, wait a minute, that's not a sign. That says, this gallon will take you 100 miles. Tina, in Germany, you got the 100. I'm 260. Oh, wow, well, that's great. You've lost 75 pounds. But Tina, on what time period did it take you to go from 335 to 260? I'm just really curious. And is that with all with the shots and everything else that's going on? Now, granted, you had congratulations. That's still wonderful. But I know this will sound crazy to you, Tina, but on this protocol, you probably will lose as much weight in the first 4 days as in a month of any diet you've ever been on. You'll probably lose as much weight in a week as in 2 months of dieting. You'll probably lose as much weight in a month as most people lose in a year on diets and gaining 6 to 9% lean muscle mass. So I'm just really curious. That's a wonderful accomplishment, but you did it. I'm telling you, you did it really the hard way. I've only had shot for 6 months. So is that weight loss in 6 months, Tina? Is that what I'm looking at? Just to be clear for everybody, not just for you, but for me, for my own, curiosity as well. Because you're doing better than they did in the medical studies, from what I can tell anyway, because that means you've lost about 75 pounds. But I'm just curious, was that in 6 months? Okay. I'm just still waiting for your post, that's all. Drop from 277. Oh, so you'd already lost weight before you were on the shots, is that what you're telling me? And how long did it take you then to go from 335 to 277? And were you just dieting, lowering, what were you doing to do that? And how long did it take you? Because I'll give you a realistic, it sounds like you're extremely motivated, so I'm just thinking that you could just really do something significant here. So 6 months, 270. Oh my God. Tina, look what she did in a month. Tina, wow. She lost 17 pounds in 6 months and she lost 21 pounds in 30 days. So Tina, let me just, like I said, so if you're 260 right now, I would anticipate in the first 4 days, Tina, how much would this excite you? Yeah, well, that's okay, but it's not this. So Tina, how excited would you be if in the first 4 days you lose 10 pounds? How about in the first week you lose probably, with that kind of weight, you could lose 20 pounds in like 10 days. I'm not kidding you. And it's healthy and it's safe. I'd be very excited. I'll bet you would. Wow. Well, thank you so much for sharing, Tina. That's wonderful. So Tina and all of you, again, the thing to do, go look at because the other thing, Tina, the reason I want you to also look at the medical studies, it's completely safe. We're going to teach you a completely different way of when to consume food, how much to consume food. Yeah, and there are, obviously, we'd want you to limit the amount of sugar and limit the amount of bread. But actually, there's things you can have that you probably wouldn't even believe that you could have. And that's why you need a coach, and that's why we're going to go over it with you. And Tina, what would you say your ideal weight would be? Because I have no idea how tall you are, et cetera. So if you're 260 now, what would you say would be your ideal weight based on your height? Tell me, and then I'll give you what we would consider to be successful for us to help you. This is great, everybody. I mean, this is real, the human story, right? So I'm assuming, Tina, you're typing. Yeah, because you can see right away that she lost in 90 days, what, 4 times what you lost in 6 months. Wow. Yeah, I just realized that. So again, how much overall? Okay, I'm 5'6". Yeah, 5'6", probably 150. So let's go with that. So let's say that's 110 pounds. Let me do the math in my head. Easily. So easily you'll lose that. You'll be down to 150 by probably the end of September, just to give you an idea. Now, how much would that excite you? How much would that excite you? I mean, the good news, you're tall and you've done such a great job to get down to where you are. But now let's get serious about it and you can start losing. I mean, I'll tell you what, you know what the most expensive part of this is, Tina? The new wardrobe you're going to have to buy. Because you can see they shrink. You're going to shrink and no loose skin. Look at that. Or look at Julie. Look at that. Now she didn't weigh 260, but that's 35 pounds in 37 days. That's like almost a pound a day. And she's not hungry. And their appetites, I mean, their hunger went down 41%. Their cravings went down 40% in a month. Oh my gosh. So at the end of September, well, I don't think you can get to the website fast enough, Tina. I'm being silly. I'm half punch drunk. I'm not drinking. Trust me, I'm punch drunk. So you could be there. Tina, how different would your life be at 150 pounds going to Greece? Don't even watch out for those guys. I heard the Greek guys are like real. I'm married, so that's not a problem. But oh my gosh, that would be so amazing. And then you could come back and tell us about your results. Wow. You have a huge incentive now. But not doing what you've been doing, because there's no way you can see you're not going to get there doing what you're doing. Not 6 months to lose 17 pounds. Hello? Hello? It's just so great. It's people's lives. Oh my gosh, you're funny. That is so great. That is so great. But let's make your 64th year the best year of your life. Give yourself the gift of life. Give yourself, maximize your quality of life. But also you understand if when you go there, you're going to have more energy and go see all the ruins and everything that's in Greece. I haven't been there, but I heard it's amazing. Was it the Parthenon or something? Yeah, that's one of the things I guess you get to see. I heard Greece is beautiful. Okay, well, good. That's what we want to do. Oh my God, that's so much fun. Oh my gosh, Tina, you've been just fabulous. Those just fabulous. Everybody, I hope everybody is really having a great day. And I want to say, okay, now I'm at 2 hours and 36 minutes, so I have to rest my voice, right? You already have an agenda. Great. So are you going to like the Parthenon and all those, wonderful tourist attractions and what's it, the temple and there's, Zeus's whatever. I mean, I know there's a lot of really, really cool stuff there. I mean, heard it's just a fabulous, fabulous country. I'm just curious, Tina, what part of the country do you live in? Again, I'm no nosy Nelly over here, but we're having such a good conversation. I feel like, we really, really could help you. We really could help you. You're exactly. I mean, did you hear what I said, Tina? I have a lady, she's 80 years old. She lost 92 pounds in 8 months. 92 pounds. She couldn't walk up a flight of stairs 8 months ago. She's now playing pickleball 3 times a week. She's swimming 3 times a week and walking up to 4 miles a day every day. There's no way she could do that 8 months, 9 months ago. And you don't have as much weight to lose as she does. Well, I guess you do, but already. Doesn't that motivate you? Do you know something also, Tina, that you would maybe like? If you do this, the coaches will show you that. Every Thursday night, we have a free Zoom podcast with people just sharing their stories. We have people that have all kinds of medical challenges. Obviously, weight loss is a big part of it, including the 80-year-old that comes on and she said things like, people don't think about it. She said, but I can cross my legs now. Yeah, wow, that's pretty amazing. I never thought about that. She said she got on an airplane. She was telling the story. I was just in Florida. I did a live event. And she was actually there. And she was just telling me that she'd flown down. She lives in Tennessee and her daughter lives in Fort Lauderdale. And she flew down and she realized for the first time in a long, long time, well, ever, she didn't need a seat extender on her airplane. Didn't need a seat, on the seatbelt, right? We don't think about things like that. That was the kind of stuff my mom dealt with. So it's just, well, good, Tina. Go. You can see the website. Go there. All of you go there and have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your day. And happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there. And I wish all of you nothing but the best. Okay. So it's now 4:30 on the East Coast. Let's see. This one is so long, it's almost 3 hours. Probably I'm not going to do another one today. I may do, if I do one tomorrow morning, it'll be very early. Well, it'll be 8 o'clock a.m. on the East Coast. I live in Colorado, that's 6 a.m. for me, but probably we'll do at least one tomorrow. It is Mother's Day, so I'm doing stuff with my grandkids and my wife and my son. So probably the only one I'll do is early tomorrow morning. So I want to thank all of you for being here today and making this a huge success for me. And again, one last time, I invite all of you to go to the New Health Conversation. If you like what you see, sign up for free coaching, and we'll go from there. So I'm going to sign off now for everybody. Okay, wait. Killer Whale 65278 want get to 230. Already have an agenda. I'm looking. Okay, thank you. Okay, so who's saying that? Oh, Killer Whale 27. Well, Killer Whale, let me just show you what's possible. Look at this. That's with no exercise. He lost 40 pounds in 30 days. So at 6'5", you may want to redo your goal, but that's only 18 pounds. I mean, it's possible. You probably would lose 18 pounds in 2 weeks or less. Killer Whale 27. I'm really serious, okay? I mean, what did I lose? I lost 12 pounds in 9 days. I lost 20 pounds in 18 days. I was not as big as you. I needed to lose, well, I ended up losing 40 pounds in 7 weeks. So again, I would encourage you, Killer Whale, to go to the website, look at the men and women there, men and women before and afters. And if you like what you see, then get a coach. But again, how excited would you be if you could get to 230 in, wait a minute, I did the math wrong. I'm sorry. That's 48 pounds. I read it wrong. Okay, so 48 pounds. Okay, well, how about this, Killer? You'd lose 25 or 30 pounds in the first month. And you saw it with Curtis. Well, and then look at, I don't know how old you are. Andy lost 45 pounds and 60 inches in 30 days. So it's possible. You want to lose about 48 pounds. How excited would you be if you could have that happen? Is that just crazy? Crazy? Killer Whale 27. But Killer Whale, what you want to do, go and look at the medical proof, because unfortunately my voice is fading fast, and go to the New Health Conversation and look at everything. If you like what you see, scroll down. You can see it right there, free coaching. It's not bull. We free coach you because you've never done anything like this before. But that means 48 pounds. Oh my God. Yeah, probably 2 months or less, Killer Whale, 2 months or less. How much would that excite you? So that means June. So let's say by the middle of July, you'd be down. It may happen faster. I don't want to but I'd rather underpromise and overperform. Does that make sense? So Killer Whale 20, do you have any questions for me before I close this out? I'm happy to do. Oh, thank you. Blessings on all the positive work for your fellow humans. Yes, I'd like to think that. But right now, Killer Whale, I don't want to leave you hanging. So do you have any other questions for me? I'm more than happy to answer them for you. I'm serious. But obviously the medical proof that you can see is at the New Health Conversation. And so do you see that? You understand you can go there and you can get a coach for free. I'm not sure if you're typing. Let me wait another minute or so to see if there's any other comment that you want to add. Thank you. Okay, I see that. So Killer Whale 27. Any other comments or questions for me? Hello, Becca. Hello, Troop Dog. Hello, Royally Me. I see all of you. I am strong. Join. Good. I'm glad. So, would anybody else like to? So again, you can see here, Killer Whale. I mean, 45 pounds in 30. That's 30 days. 60 inches. I mean, I don't think he's as tall as you either. So does that, Killer Whale, just yes or no, does that make sense? You understand to go to the website, see the medical proof, and then get a free coach if you want. Because the coaching is free, and we don't require the coaching for you to see the medical proof. We want you to see the medical proof first, then you can sign up for a free consultation if that's what you want to do. No, Blackberry, no, absolutely not. Let me read to you from Medicare, okay? This is why it's total nonsense, okay? This is a big study. It just came out from Medicare, so I want you to hear me clearly, BlackBerry. Medicare search for effective obesity treatments. Diets are not the answer. Listen to me carefully, BlackBerry, about that strategy. Our researchers reviewed studies of calories in, calories out, calorie restricted diets to assess whether dieting is an effective treatment for obesity. The study showed that 2/3 of dieters who counted reduced calories gained back more weight than they lost on any diet. In summary, there is little support for the notion that diets lead to lasting weight loss or health benefits. So unfortunately, all the medical science is saying now that calorie counting is dead. It doesn't work. It's never worked. It won't work. Let me give you another study that's right here. And again, this is not my opinion. The title of this study, the science behind why diets don't work. Here's what they said in this study. A review of more than 30 long-term studies showed that going on a diet actually by calories in, calories out actually causes weight gain. The more diets someone has tried, the more they weigh. So not only does dieting not work for the long-term weight loss, but it's associated with increased risk of binge eating, eating disorders, and long-term weight gain. A third study, why you shouldn't count calories. While counting calories and restricting calories can help you lose weight in the short term, the approach has never been proven to keep weight off long term. What's even worse, 2/3 of people who try to count or restrict calories gain back more weight than they lost. Calorie counting is dead. It doesn't work. It can't work. And here's why. The human body has no idea what a calorie is. A calorie is not a real thing. It's a measurement. It's the amount of heat it takes to raise a gram of water 1 degree Celsius. And these kind of results you're looking here had nothing to do with calorie counting. Nothing. Zero. 40 pounds, 52 inches in 30 days. Try to do that with calorie counting. It doesn't work. I mean, you can have your opinion. That's great. But the medical proof is completely saying that calorie counting is dead, finished, over with. I mean, look at this. Look at this, 45 pounds and 60 inches in 30 days. With no, by the way, no one was allowed to exercise, just to let you know. No one was allowed to exercise, right? So BlackBerry, hate to tell you that. And BlackBerry, if you want to go and see the from the top, look at her, 60 pounds in 3 months, no exercise. Are you kidding me? So you have to understand this whole calorie deficit thing, it doesn't, we have 80% of America overweight, 50% obese, 50% pre-diabetic. If calorie deficit worked, we couldn't possibly, because every diet out there is based on that. None of them work long term. I read to you even from Medicare saying diets don't work by counting calories. What? It's not my opinion. I don't give opinions. I only give you medical proof. I mean, my God, they are doing this. What do you think the shots are, BlackBerry? They're reducing the amount of food people are consuming. Well, a huge study in the New England Journal of Medicine, not my opinion, 68 weeks on the shot, which is a calorie deficit situation. After 68 weeks, the average weight loss was 32 pounds. And this is in the study, New England Journal of Medicine, so I'm not making this up. Of the 32 pounds they lost, 40% was lean muscle mass. Every diet out there, you're losing 25 to 40% of your lean muscle by calorie deficit. This is why this whole thing is out of control. We have 1 billion people now worldwide, BlackBerry, billion clinically obese, not just overweight. And they said now making obesity the leading form of malnutrition in the world. See, food has nothing to do with calories. The human body can't count a calorie, doesn't know what a calorie, doesn't give a damn what a calorie is. It only cares about nutrition. So the reason all these diets are upside down and why we're blowing up as a society is when you lower, because all a diet is reducing the amount of food you're consuming. You're not hungry for calories. Your body doesn't know what a calorie is. But when you lower the nutrition, the brain sets off the starvation mode, immediately turns to your muscles for fuel, slowing down your metabolism and slowing down your immune system. So these very diets, this calorie deficit you're talking about, are making us unhealthy. It's not an opinion on my part. I'm a researcher, 23 years a nutritional researcher, wrote 4 best-selling books with some of the top medical doctors in the world, did 20 shows on PBS, 1,500 live lectures around the world. And for 22 years, it meant 0 in the medical world because there was no medical proof until now. Look at these results. You think they're fake? You think it's Photoshopped? I mean, 60 pounds for a woman in 3 months? Hello? That's 5 pounds a week on average, week after week after week. And the picture's 9 years old and she's kept the weight off for 9 years. Calorie counting is dead, finished, over. It doesn't work. It's never. I read that one study. While counting calories and restricting calories can help you lose weight in the short term, the approach has never been proven to keep weight off long term. What's even worse, 2/3 of people who try to count and restrict calories gain back more weight than they lost. Calorie deficit sucks. It doesn't work. Do you get it? It works short term, but it never has worked long term. That's why in 1964 we had 15% of the population overweight or obese, and now 60 years later we're at 80% overweight, 50% obese, 50% pre-diabetic. Name a diet that's not some form of calorie deficit. It's just ridiculous what we're doing to ourselves because these influencers are telling you things like it's about calorie deficit. No, it's not. It's not. It's nonsense. Total nonsense. Rubbish. Dog water, the researchers say now. Hell, the people that invented this, they admitted they were wrong for 40 years. They put people on calorie deficit. But they didn't understand what they were doing by limiting the amount of food. That's what it ended up being. They limited nutrition. The brain doesn't give a damn about a calorie. It cares about nutrition. So everything's upside down. Okay, so Donna, you want to know how did she do that? The researchers who invented this had done 40 years, Donna, of research of calorie deficit, basically. But they realized there was a flaw, and the flaw was, A, the body doesn't have any idea what a calorie is, but more importantly, they were reducing, every diet was some form of reducing the quantity of food people were consuming, but what they ignored or didn't realize the impact, when you reduce the quantity of food, you reduce the amount of nutrition. When the brain sensed that, it went in starvation mode and immediately started to use the muscles for fuel. That's why you lose weight initially, Donna. It slows down, then you hit a plateau, then you abandon the diet, and you gain everything back, okay? They said that in the studies, right? Right there, they said there's never been a calorie in, calorie out diet that's ever kept weight off long term, and that's why. So the researchers said, wait a minute. Could we come up with a new plan to give people less food? Notice, not less calories, nothing to do with calories. And could we at the same time increase nutrition? Now, how did they do it? They had to find foods which were super high in nutrition, but not super high in quantity. Here's how they did it. They developed a grocery list that she got, and everybody in the pictures I showed you. And so she got a grocery list, but only 30% of what she consumed in a month was on the grocery list developed by the researchers, not by me. So proteins, fats, carbs, I said carbs, fruits, and vegetables, okay? But only 30% of what she consumed for a month. The other 7, here's what made the difference. The researchers researching had found other researchers who had found foods in places like Russia, in Mongolia, in Tibet, from the Himalayas, South America, New Zealand. It represented huge amounts of nutrition, but not huge amounts of food as you would think about it, right? So now they had the ingredients. 30% from the grocery store, she had the grocery list. The other 70% from these foods from around the world. Then they invented, based on this new formula, which wasn't based on calories, it was based on serving sizes of nutrition. Then what they did, 5 days a week, all the people, including her, had 4 meals a day. Nothing to do with calorie counting. Nothing. Zero. On those days, breakfast from these 5 foods around the world. Lunch from the grocery list. Dinner from the grocery list. And a 4th meal after dinner, these 5 foods around the world. That was 5 days a week, 4 meals a day. Nothing to do with calorie counting. Nonsense. 2 days a week, she did something, this is weird, it sounds weird to you, intermittent nutritional fasting. Not fasting, not water fasting, not time-restricted eating. On those days, no food from the grocery store, only these 5 foods from around the world. But listen to this, they had her eating 8 times a day. What? Yeah. Nothing to do with calorie counting, nonsense. She was eating every hour and a half from these 5, no food from the grocery store, just these foods from around the world. Oh my God, look what happened. 60 pounds in 3 months, are you kidding me? But look at her body composition. Look at that change in body. Look at her face. Look at her arms. Look at her body. Are you serious? Look at it. Look at it. Is that crazy? I mean, look at Kristen. She only had 35 pounds to lose. She lost 21 pounds in a month and 38 inches, and you can see it. Look at her from her hips to her stomach to her waist to her diaphragm. That doesn't happen on calorie deficit. It's nonsense. And on calorie deficit, and they measured these people, they measured their water, no water weight loss. And instead of losing lean muscle, which is I already shared it with you on every diet out there, 25 to 40% of what you're losing, calories in, calories out, is your lean muscle mass. They gained 6 to 9% lean muscle. No one was allowed to exercise. No exercise. Look at Julie, for crying out loud. That's 35 pounds in 37 days, no exercise. Look at the change in her body. You think that happens on diets? If you go to the website, there are people on the website who lost 100 pounds, men and women, no loose skin. Look at her, right? Okay, MCT, you came on. Then what do you do? How do you lose weight? What did she do? Okay, I'm going to answer for all of you, okay? Let me come back to Kristen for a moment. You must have missed the explanation. So Donna and MC2 and even Anna and any of the others are on there. So what, she didn't invent this. I didn't invent this. It was invented by the top weight loss nutrition physiologists in the world for 40 years, 100 studies, thousands of people. They figured this out. The key was one thing. The only thing the body cared about was nutrition. And all the diets with calorie deficit, with carbs, all this crap that we've all been through, the problem was when you reduce, all a diet is reducing the quantity of food you're consuming, and they never took into account that you're reducing nutrition, which caused the brain then to cause you to lose your, every diet study now, 25 to 40% of what you're losing is your lean muscle mass, which slows your metabolism down. That's why you plateau in these diets. That's why you come off the diets and you gain everything back. How else could we go in 60 years from 15% of the population overweight and obese? In 2024, 80% of Americans overweight, 50% obese, 50% pre-diabetic. So the researchers said, wait a minute, we've got to change it. Can we give people less food? We didn't focus on calories. They focused on how much nutrition the body needed to avoid the starvation mode that the brain triggers when there's not enough nutrition. It has nothing to do with calories. That's the dumbest thing ever. The human body has no idea. See, when people say, oh, it's a calorie deficit. Really? What's the definition of a calorie, first of all? A calorie is just a measurement. It's the amount of heat it takes to raise a gram of water 1 degree Celsius. The body doesn't count calories. The body doesn't care about calories. You're counting them for why? So the researchers said, okay, can we give people less food, but find foods with huge amounts of nutrition? Totally based on serving sizes, not based on calories, okay? So they created a grocery list for all of you. 30% of what she consumed and everybody else in the pictures I showed you came from a grocery list developed by the top weight loss nutrition physiologists in the world. So proteins, fats, carbs, vegetables, fruits, etc. But only 30% of what she consumed in a month was from that list based on serving sizes, not calories. Nothing to do with calorie counting, okay? Then they knew that food was not enough nutrition. So what did they do? They found researchers who had found foods from Russia, Mongolia, Tibet, South America, New Zealand that represented huge amounts of nutrition, but not huge amounts of food. Does everybody get it? So those 70% of the food offset the deficiency in the food. Now, they weren't worried about how much food they were eating. They only cared about making sure they had enough nutrition not to trigger the starvation mode in the brain. Am I making sense to everybody? And what did they do? Now they had the ingredients. And you know, in cooking, you got ingredients, you need a recipe. So they created 2 completely different ways of consuming food for all these people, 5 days a week. She and everybody else had 4 meals a day. What? Yeah. Started breakfast from these 5 foods from around the world, lunch from the grocery list, dinner from the grocery list, and a 4th meal after dinner from these 5 food groups from around the world. That was 5 days a week, 4 meals a day. 2 days a week, she did, now this will sound weird to all of you, she did something called intermittent nutritional fasting. Never done before. Not time-restricted eating, not water fasting, not fasting. Nothing to do with that. On those days, no food from the grocery store list, only these 5 foods, but wait till you hear this. She ate eight times a day. She was eating every hour and a half to 2 hours. And what were the results? Here's the results. Also, in a month's time, hunger, all these people, their hunger went down 41% in a month. Their cravings went down 40% in a month. They lowered blood pressure, blood sugar, cholesterol, triglycerides. But that wasn't the big thing. You know what the biggest thing they measured that they found never seen on any diet out there? They lowered inflammation by 25%, which we all suffer from. That's that stiffness in the morning. That's those little minor aches and pains, or major aches and pains, our inflammation telling us something's out of whack. This went down 25. This has never been seen on any calorie in, calorie out deficits. Nonsense. It's just dog water. Calories counting is dead. And you all are going to do it. 99% of you are going to go back to paleo, keto, Mediterranean. You don't want to believe. None of it's my opinion. We're making it possible for you to all go. The New Health Conversation. It's a free medical website, for crying out loud. There's nothing to buy. There's no buy buttons. We're not going to contact you if you go there. We're totally transparent. We're showing you the medical proof. Why? Because we don't have time to convince you. We don't have time to sell you. The coaches are there to educate you. They don't have anything to sell. They'll get you the grocery list. Also, what you get, this is what the research has developed. It's called the Blueprint for Success. In essence, think of it like a prescription. But this was put together by the top researchers. These yellows are daily videos of them explaining, this is what you're doing on day one. This is why it's safe. This is why it's healthy. Not by me. I'm not the top nutritional researcher in the world. These people are. I know it sounds too good to be true. And like I said, most of you won't even go to the website and see the medical proof, for crying out loud. And on top of that, we offer you free coaching because someone coached us. I lost 40 pounds in 7 weeks 23 years ago. I've kept it up for 23 years. Isn't that pretty good? This is like that picture there you're looking at her 9 years ago. Yes, Donna. Again, Donna, that's what I'm telling you is in here. It's the food list, it's what you eat, when you eat, but there's also daily instructional videos from the researchers showing you exactly. See, it's so hard for me to explain just on social media. Why? Because I don't know anything about you. Do you know, Donna, we have kids as young as 2 doing this. We have a lady 91. We have another lady 80. She lost 92 pounds in 8 months. 8 months ago, she couldn't climb a flight of stairs. Now she's playing pickleball 3 times a week, swimming 3 times a week, and walking 4 miles a day. It's not a diet. It doesn't work like that. Weight loss is the least important reason to do this. As a matter of fact, Donna, the most important reason to do this for everybody on here, that calorie in, calories out, never touched this. This is a new medical syndrome called TDOS. T for toxicity, D for nutritional deficiency, O for being overweight, and S is for stress. Yeah, and I did discover it. It's a registered trademark with the U.S. Patent Office, recognized as a new medical syndrome, right up there with metabolic syndrome and syndrome X. Every one of us have it. What does it mean? It means, Donna, that we're breathing, drinking, eating chemicals. And what our body's doing, that's why people have so much fat in their body. The body's taking the chemicals to protect us and stuffing it in the fat cell. And as it stuffs it in the fat cells expand. Don't let anybody tell you you burn fat. That's a complete and utter lie. If you lose a fat cell, the body immediately replaces it. You end up with the same number of fat cells through your life that you had when you were born, and you die with the same number of fat cells unless you do liposuction or surgery. So our body is adapting. We're evolving to store chemicals. Maybe you saw the article from the studies 3 weeks ago. They're now finding microplastics in our brain and in our coronary arteries. But guess what else is in our body? Herbicides and pesticides and Scotchgard and Teflon and flame retardant. The researchers did blood, stool, urine, and fat analysis proving this is removing this stuff. No calorie deficit has ever produced a gram of losing toxins out of the body. This is a really big deal. And here's, I'm going to show you all. We didn't even know we were storing chemicals in our body till 2005. Wait till you all hear this. Mount Sinai Medical School in New York did the first study saying, oh my God, we're storing chemicals in our fat cells. They're called lipophilic. That means those chemicals love fat cells to hide in. That's where they are. Now, 20 years later, there's been 1,000 studies. Let me read to you which you all need to know or be aware of. The Endocrine Society, okay, the largest organization of experts devoted to research on hormones and the clinical practice of endocrinology, reports the rise in the incidence in obesity matches the rise in the use and distribution of industrialized chemicals. These chemicals have a name. They call them obesogens. Wait till you hear what they say. Simply put, obesogens are chemicals that disrupt the function of our hormonal system, leading to weight gain and many of the diseases that curse the American populace. They enter our body from a variety of sources, from natural compounds in soy, artificial hormones fed to animals, plastics in food packaging, chemicals added to processed food, and pesticides sprayed on our produce. They act in a variety of ways, mimicking human hormones such as estrogen. Are you listening, ladies? Blocking the action of other hormones such as testosterone. Are you listening, men? And essentially reprogram us to gain weight. What are you doing about obesogens? No, really, what are you doing? Because this calories in, calories out thing hasn't ever touched it. Hasn't touched it. I mean, I don't fault people for wanting to tell me that it's about calorie deficit, but the evidence says that's bull crap. The main reason to do this is to help. They did blood, stool, urine, and fat analysis. The research is proving this was helping the body get rid of these chemicals, unless you think it's a good idea for you to store them in your body. I know I'm yelling. I know I'm really excited. As a matter of fact, I was going to quit 45 minutes ago. Now I'm so motivated. I've been 3 hours and 4 minutes. This is like a record podcast for me. I think it's the longest one I've ever done. So do they have, okay. So Donna, hopefully this makes more sense to you now. But this is not some simple, like we're going to give you a food list and then you're done. No, there's much more to it. And the main reason to do it is to assist your own body in detoxification. Does that make sense to everybody? Does everybody get this? Do you understand? I mean, look at her stomach. Look at how much it shrank because her body, with the help of this, is getting rid of the chemicals and shrinking those fat cells. That's real. That's not made up. That's in 30 days. She lost 38.75 inches from her neck to her ankles. You can see it. And yet, what are we doing? We have people coming on and telling me it's about calories in, calories out, calorie deficit. No, it's not. Sorry. It's just the medical proof says, no, that's not true. So MCT or Donna or even BlackBerry, I don't want you to get mad at me, BlackBerry, but calorie deficit is nonsense. It doesn't work. It just does not work. And it has no impact on chemicals. Let me read a little bit more about the chemicals for some of you that are still here, hopefully. Wait till you hear this. Now, this is Dr. Paula Bailey Hamilton, who is considered to be one of the world's leading authorities on toxic chemicals and their effect on our health. This is the top expert in the world. Wait till you hear what she's saying. She says what appears to be happening is that our natural slimming system is being poisoned by toxic chemicals we encounter in our everyday lives. And this damage is making it increasingly difficult for our bodies to control their weight. The end result is that we gain weight in the form by expanding fat and not muscle, as chemicals tend to cause muscles to shrink and body fat to expand. This is the top expert in the world, not me. What are you doing about obesogens, everybody? BlackBerry, if you're still on, what are you doing about obesogens? Nothing, because calorie deficit has never been shown to remove a gram of toxin from our body. I don't fault you for believing what everybody's telling you that's all about calorie deficit, except it isn't. Except that's dog water, except that's nonsense, except that is not what's going on. So would anybody else like to ask me a question, make a comment? As long as it's a civil conversation, you can disagree with me, it's fine. But, people want to come on, they want to call me names. What good does that do? See, because the science doesn't care about any of that. It certainly doesn't care about my opinion, and I'm not giving you an opinion. I'm giving you the medical facts. Now, maybe you don't like them. Maybe you want to still hang on to the fact, well, I'm doing keto, I'm doing paleo, I'm doing the shot, I'm doing great. But it's not going to work in the long run. Not when Medicare is saying, Medicare, search for effective obesity treatments. Diets are not the answer. That's from Medicare, for crying out loud, not from Peter Greenlaw. And they went on to say, our researchers reviewed studies of long-term outcomes of calories in, calories out, restrictive diets to assess whether dieting is an effective treatment for obesity. The studies show that 2/3 of dieters regain more weight than they lost on diets. In summary, there is little support for the notion that diets lead to lasting weight loss or health benefits. When they're talking about diets, they're talking about calories in, calories out. That's Medicare. It's not me saying that. How much more proof do you need? I've got, like, I mean, these are, I didn't even read from all the studies that I have over here. Everyone's saying the same thing, that 2/3 of people that go on diets by counting calories gain back more weight than they lost. What are you all doing? Why are you doing it? Why are you doing something that is proven not to work? Not by me, by study after study after study. I mean, here's another study here. 80 weight loss clinical trials where the authors compare different forms of calories in, calories out diets. Let's see. Oh, they're telling me I'm way over time here. Let me see if I can line this up. Let's hope. Unable to verify. Okay, let me try it again. So what they're saying is I've gone past the legal limit, I guess, on TikTok or something. Let me try and find out how this works. Let's see if that works. Unable to verify. Okay. Let's see. So they have this thing where let's see if that's going to work now. Hold on. As close as I can come. Otherwise, I run out of time. Let's see if that one worked. Hey, verification complete. I'm back. Okay, well, maybe they're all unhappy about that. So the idea here is that there's now this major medical breakthrough for weight loss and obesity and detoxification and all these other things that are going on. And you all have access to it by going to the medical website right there, the New Health Conversation, and see the medical proof or not. So would anybody else like to ask a question? So I see fabulous 8. Okay, fabulous 8. Great, terrific. So would anybody else like to ask me a question, or anybody that's on? If you just tap on the screen, we got 6,300 likes. Shelly gave me a rose, 2 of them, a rose and a heart. Wow, thank you, Shelly. That is really, really nice of you to do that. Would anybody else like to ask me a question? And like I said, you can disagree with me, but I will tell you right away, unless you have peer-reviewed human trial studies, it's kind of pointless because you're giving me an opinion. And I'm with you for 22 years, despite I wrote 4 best-selling books with some of the top medical doctors in the world. They flew me to China. I've spoken in universities and hospitals and towns, but didn't mean anything for 22 years because there were no peer-reviewed human trial studies. And when people keep coming on and giving me opinions, that's okay. But unless you have peer-reviewed human trial studies, it's just it's nonsense. I lived through it. I know. I'm not trying to be difficult. I'm not here to argue with people. I'm here to educate you. I'm here to make you see not make you, but show you the medical proof that can change your life or not. I mean, what I find so fascinating is that people just hold on to things that don't work. Let me show you sort of the granddaddy of them all. I didn't do this earlier. So, we're talking about weight loss, et cetera, right? Here's a man who weighed about 350 pounds. I'm going to show you in a moment, his before and after, 50 days. So 50 days is what? That's about, it's a month is 4 weeks. Yeah, about 7 weeks, okay? A little, 1 day less of 7 weeks, because this was 50 days. When I show you this, you're going to think it's photoshopped. I know that going into it. But let me show you what he did in 50 days. 7 weeks, okay? He lost, you ready for this? 75.6 pounds, 64 inches. His blood pressure went from 149/89 to 1/3/64. Look at his triglycerides. They went from 278 down to 115. That's in 50 days. 75 pounds, 64 inches in 50 days. Look at his stomach. Now, he still has a stomach, but look at how much it went down. By the way, that's without exercise. Have any of you ever seen anything like that? Now, you can think it's Photoshopped. You can think it's AI. I don't have enough time to do that kind of stuff to trick you. Why would we trick you? I guess you could say we're tricking you, but we're not. And then they say, people come on and they want to figure out, how did she do that? Well, but how did Kristen do that? 21 pounds in 30 days. You can almost extrapolate and see how the other girl lost, 60 pounds in 3 months. Because Kristen lost, look at 21 pounds in a month. So if you projected that out for 3 months, this other lady, she lost 60 pounds in 3 months. But the men are crazy. Curtis, 10 pounds a week, 10 pounds a week, 52 and a half inches in 30 days. How's that look to you, everybody, right? Now, Andy, 45 pounds and 60 inches in a month. Now, lest you think it's a weight loss program, because that's the throw-in because of the detox, let's take a look at an athlete who didn't need to lose any weight and who actually did exercise, because none of the people you're looking at there were allowed to exercise. So I'm going to show you this picture. That's exactly 11 days. So when it says day 1, that was the morning of day 1. When it says day 5, that's the morning of day 5. And when it says day 12, that's the morning of day 12. So 11 days. Well, just you look yourself. Look at the transformation across the stomach area. That's in 11 days. I mean, I know it says day 12, but it was 11 days, the morning of day 12. So can all of you see that? Now, before you think it's photoshopped and go, oh my God, that's fake, it's not real. I kind of know that person. That right there, that's my youngest son. My youngest son. Now, I would like to look like that. I'm sure a lot of you would, but he was exercising before. It's not like he did this and then he started exercising. That's why it's not a diet. That's why, but again, the visceral fat around his middle, he didn't have that much, but look at what happened. Look how much it shrank, even in someone who's in really, 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 yes, Blaze. Oh my, can you look? Blaze, hold on. Can you look at her? Blaze, 38.75 inches in 30 days. Hello, can you look? There it is. How about that? Would that excite you, Blaze? What would you think about that in 30 days? Notice it's 30 days, not 30 weeks, not 6 weeks. And by the way, Blaze, that's with no exercise allowed. Are you curious? Blaze, put it in the chat. How did they do it? Okay, Blaze, I'm going to explain it to you, okay? Let's focus on her. Unless, now, you're only wanting to lose 20 pounds in a month. Just be clear, because I'm going to show you another, otherwise I'd show you another before and after if there's more weight than that you want to lose. And I'm going to explain to you exactly how they did it in 1 second. But put it in the chart, in the chat, not the chart. I've been at this for almost 3 hours and 20 minutes. No wonder I'm a little punch drunk. And I'm not drunk. I haven't been drinking. Okay, so anyway, do you want to lose more than 20 pounds? Or if you got to 20 pounds, would that be ideal for you? Because it's possible to lose even more than that depending on what you want to do. So I'm just curious, if you don't mind, put in there, is that how much you want to lose, Blaze? We can come back to it if you can't type, you're not typing or whatever. So let's just talk about how did she do it, okay? Well, let me show you some of the men, because well, no, we'll stick with her because that's pretty realistic, 5 pounds a week, right? Okay, so here's what she did that was invented by the top weight loss researchers in the world. After 40 years, 100 studies, thousands of people, they concluded calorie counting is completely dead. It never worked. It doesn't work. Not just their opinion. Study after study says calories in, calories out doesn't work. That's not what they did. So what they said was this: the problem with diets, they have nothing to do with calorie counting. They only have to do with the amount of nutrition that the body needs in order for the brain not to think you're starving to death. But the problem when you go on a traditional diet, even with organic food, I want to lose 20 pounds a month. I'm 215. My goal, well, no, your goal is, wait a second. I just want to lose 20 pounds a month. Oh, 20 pounds a month. I'm 215. My goal is to get to 120. Is that what you're telling me? Well, look at this. Look at what she did look at this in just, hold on, let me find it here. This is what she lost okay, so she lost 20 pounds a month for 3 months. Can you see that? You see that right there? Okay, so I want to be clear. Now I want to show you this. Now, what did she do? How in the world did she do that? Okay, here's why. So the researchers who invented this figured the problem with diets, when you lower it, all a diet is, Blaze, is lowering the amount of food you're consuming. Do you get that, right? That's it. But what they never took into account, when you lower the amount of food, has nothing to do with the calories, has everything to do with the nutrition. When you go on a traditional diet using even organic food from North America, our food is almost nutritionally bankrupt, almost. So you go on a diet, you reduce the amount of food you're consuming. Well, there's not enough nutrition to run all the organs. So the brain steps in and begins to convert your muscles into fuel, conserving the energy stored in your fat, because that is survival mode in the body. The body in survival mode will always burn muscle and ignore the fat. Period. That's it, right? So what they realized was on every diet, up to 25 to 40% of what everybody lost on diets was lean muscle mass, which slowed down metabolism, which is why people lost weight and plateaued and then couldn't lose any more weight or come after the diet and gain everything back. Am I making sense, please? Just let me know, okay? I'll slow down at any point if I'm getting too nerdy because I'm a researcher, right? So the theory that they had was, could we give people less quantity of food, but find new food sources or combinations that had nothing to do with calories, but had everything to do with the nutritional density of the foods. So it wasn't the quantities. And what they did with her, 30% of the food she got was from a grocery list that the researchers developed: proteins, fats, carbs, vegetables, fruits, etc. But not based on calories, based on the serving size and how much nutrition each of those foods had. But only 30% of what she consumed came from the grocery store. The other 70% of the food came not from these researchers. They don't have any products, they don't have a company, but they researched nutritional density. And they found other researchers who had gone to Russia, to Mongolia, to Tibet and the Himalayas, and found foods with huge amounts of nutrition, Blaze, but not huge amounts of quantity. Nothing to do with calories, okay? You got it so far? So 30% from the grocery store she consumed from the grocery list, the other 70% from these 5 foods around the world. Then, because of this new concept, which wasn't based on quantity, they weren't concerned about the quantity. The only thing they were concerned about was, can we give them enough nutrition or more nutrition so the brain will never think you're starving to death. And that's what they did. So then they had the ingredients, 30% from the grocery store, 70% from these foods from around the world. Then they created 2 new ways of consuming the food based on these new combinations. So 5 days a week, they let her and everybody else, they had 4 meals a day. You listening to me? Breakfast from these 5 food groups around the world. That was breakfast. No food from the grocery store at all. None. Zero. Lunch from the grocery store. Regular food, or what you would consider regular food. Dinner, again from the grocery store, which you would consider regular food. Then after dinner, they had a 4th meal from these world's most perfect meals, right? Food, sorry. So 5 days a week, she was having 4 meals a day, okay? 30% from the grocery store for lunch and, food, normal food from the grocery store, lunch and dinner, breakfast from these world's most perfect meals, and after dinner, a 4th meal. 2 days a week, she did something called intermittent nutritional fasting. Don't hear the word fasting. She wasn't fasting. She wasn't doing a water fast. She wasn't doing this stupid time-restricted eating, which is total nonsense. On those days, she consumed only, no food from the grocery store, only these 5 foods, Blaze, but listen to this. She ate 8 times a day. She was having something every hour and a half to 2 hours over the course of, let's say, 12 or 14 hours. Well, look at the results. She lost 60 pounds in 3 months. So you want to lose about 100. You said you want to lose, from 215 to 120, that's going to be 80, 90, 100, what is that, 100 and, 95 pounds, right? 215 to 120 would be 95, okay? Here's what I'll tell you. with no, and not that they were against exercise, but for the purposes of these studies, they didn't let anybody exercise. So if you want to exercise, no problem, because you're going to get a coach for free if you decide to do it. Okay, I would tell you this, that yeah, you're going to lose, you're going to probably lose at least 20 pounds a month. So let's just do the math. Let's say it was 100. It's not. So I would say if we go, let's say June, July, August, September, by the end of September, you'll probably be 120 pounds. If that's what your goal is, right? So I'm not sure how tall you are, but that sounds like it's very, okay, Ruthie, it's, okay, now this is where the question always comes up. 30% of the food that you would consume is what you would consider regular food. So proteins, fats, carbs, etc. These foods that I'm calling, in some cases, are nutrients. They're not food in the sense that you would do kale or spinach or broccoli or steak or chicken. Okay, some of the, well, a big portion of the consumption is from nutrients, not capsules, none of that stuff. And some of them, for example, you would mix with water, okay? Especially the ingredients that come, let's say, from Mongolia in Russia, and the elements that come from Tibet in the Himalayas, and some of the things that come even from New Zealand, okay? So the amount of chewing you would do with these foods is way less than what you'd be used to. It's all about the nutritional density, okay? I know it's a weird concept. That's why, again, it's not, I mean, it's not, I'm not trying to be evasive, okay? But this is like nothing anyone's ever done before. So I would say it's a combination of what you would say would be food you'd be used to, and elements or nutrients that would be basically water soluble. Another way to think about it is that when a mother is nursing her baby, we never say the baby's starving because they're getting liquid nutrition. That's really a good way to think about it, that a big portion of this is liquid nutrition, okay? And it's more than like 5 foods. It's really the nutrients in these foods, some of which aren't even food, some of them are nutrients that give you huge amounts of nutrition, but in very small amounts of food. And also because they're liquid, so much of it is absorbed and used by the body. Because again, what was the key here? The researchers wanted to give you less food, but increase the amount of nutrition that was available to your body. There's the result. You can see it right there. So obviously it worked. I mean, and if you look at Kristen, who, you know, she only had 35 pounds to lose, and she lost 21 pounds and 38 inches in a month. Or Julie, for crying out loud, she lost 30, that's 37 days, she lost 35 pounds. Look at the change in her body. Well, it wasn't just the nutrients were in such amazing amounts, it was also that her body was able to use them because some of them were in liquid form. It's not a lotion, potion, drink. No, it doesn't work like that, okay? It's like I said, it's really kind of difficult to explain it because, again, I don't know anything about you. Do you want to gain weight? Do you want to lose weight? Listen, here's what I can tell you. We have kids as young as 2 doing this. We have a lady 91 years old. We have a lady at 80 years old that lost 92 pounds in about 8 months, who 8 months ago couldn't climb a flight of stairs. And 8 months later, well, of course, she lost 90 pounds. That helps. She's playing pickleball 3 times a week. She's doing, she swims 3 times a week. And she's walking about 4 miles a day. You think her life is different? So it wasn't just what she was chewing, it was what she was consuming that she was also, her body, was called efficacy, the amount of nutrition that was being absorbed at the cellular level. I know I'm getting a little sciencey. I don't mean to, but you need to all understand this is like nothing you've ever done before. Nothing. If you just try and sort of think about it, it's like crazy. But look at the results. Look at that. Or look at April, her name's April, look at that. She's a friend. She's the daughter of a friend of mine who's a realtor. But look at the change in her body. Look at her face. Look at her arms. Look at her waist. That's not photoshopped. It's real. And you can see right above her name there in blue, the new health company. You can go there for free and see all the medical proof. The coaches are after you decide, only you get to choose. We're not going to contact you. We don't need to. We don't need to sell you or convince you. That medical proof, if that doesn't do it, then good luck, whatever you want to do. We just don't, it just came on, so I might have missed it. Can you repeat the foods? Okay, Heather, it wasn't, again, awakened mom gained 60. I'm not quite sure what you said about gained 60. You mean you've gained 60 pounds and you'd like to lose it? Okay, so Ruthie, I explained it. Awaken, I'm going to explain it. Heather, I'm going to explain it to you. So 30% of what she consumed would be normal food, chewing, proteins, fats, carbs, uh, uh, um, salads, fruits, and vegetables. Okay, that's easy, 30%. But these other, they're not foods in the conventional sense. Well, some of it is, but the majority of are the nutrients in foods that come from Russia, Mongolia, Tibet, South America, and New Zealand. Like let's take the case of Mongolia or Tibet. Those are nutrients, not supplements, not capsules. They're literally foods that you could, or the nutrients, you mix them in water. You could drink them cold, you could make them as a tea, but they don't exist in North American soil. It's not a matter like you're going to go down and you're going to have more kale or you're going to have more spinach. Or not that you can't have kale and spinach on the foods you're getting from the grocery store, because you can. It's a totally new concept that the research, basically what they had to do, can we give you less food by quantity? Because the other part about food, let's say you're eating kale or spinach, your digestive tract is really involved in breaking those foods down. When you have, let's say, liquid nutrition, in a sense, that's what the part of it is. It's so much, you involve very little of your digestive tract. Because again, one of the things they proved when they did blood, stool, urine, and fat analysis, this was removing chemicals from the body. Well, let me explain. Let's back up. When you went to sleep last night, as long as you didn't eat too late, whether you knew it or not, once you went to sleep, your body all but suspended digestion, and guess what happens? Your body every night detoxifies. It has a name. It's called autophagy. That's what it's called. It means your body is getting rid of mostly the dead cells from your body. So what the researchers were able to do 2 days a week, where they put people on this, what's called intermittent nutritional fasting, not water fasting, nothing, where she was consuming 8 meals a day. She didn't consume all, there's actually 7 foods that they used, but only 5 of them did she consume on those intermittent nutritional fasting days, which represented very small amounts by quantity, but very high amounts by nutritional density. And I would say 75% of what she consumed was liquid nutrition. I know it's a weird concept. That's why you want to talk to a coach, or more importantly, that's why you want to go and look at the medical research from the New Health Conversation. I can't explain it to you any better than that. So again, it was things like, how can I explain it to you? Things like 70 trace ionic minerals. Most of you have heard of iron, calcium, magnesium. In the best organic food you can find in this country, there's about 20 trace ionic minerals. Now, what are trace minerals? Things like gold and silver and zinc and beryllium and boron and selenium. So in the best organic, you're getting 20. They found sources, the researchers did, where there were all 70 trace ionic minerals. That's just one example. There's a lot more. But for all of you, I just want you to understand, yes, awaken mom, thyroid disorder. Okay, awaken mom. We have people with no thyroids. We have people with no gallbladders. We have a man with a heart transplant. We have people with kidney transplants. Now, we're not treating, curing, diagnosing, or making any medical proclamations. Please get that into your mind, okay? But what we're saying to you is anything that we're showing you is backed by these 10 peer-reviewed human trial studies. We've got people with no gallbladder. We have people with no thyroids. We have people with hypothyroidism. We have them with goiter, whatever. Guess what? When you give your body this level of nutrition, you could not eat enough regular food to ever come here, your body works better. That's the only way I can say it, because I'm not going to make any medical claims. We don't need to do that. What I would say to you is, especially with those kind of challenges, oh, we got 6,500 likes now. Can we get some more people tapping on the screen? So Ruthie, I hope I answered your question. It's just that it's really, again, without knowing whether or not you need to lose weight, gain weight, like this person is saying, I got thyroid disorder and pituitary tumor. Well, that's a little bit different of a challenge than someone, let's say, that just has high blood pressure. Not that that's not bad, it is. So again, that's part of the reason why Awaken Mom, you want to go and set up a free call, a coach call with one of the coaches. Now we've got medical doctors, we have PAs, physicians assistants, we have RNs, we got a whole bunch of people, and we have people that have had thyroid cancer, for example. Okay, I'm not saying, I don't know if you got a thyroid disorder. I'm not sure if that's goiter or hypothyroidism or any of those other conditions. And are you on medication? You don't have to tell us now, but you understand now why we do a free consultation. This is not a diet. This is not about can you lose weight? How much weight can you lose? It has nothing whatsoever to do with that. That's the off fall. Well, look at Curtis, for crying out loud. Look at this. He's an older guy, 10 pounds a week, 52 and a half inches in 30 days. That's the least important part of his story. Look at his blood work. His A1C from 8.4 to 6.4. Ask diabetics how amazing that is. But look at his triglycerides, 242 to 124 in 30 days. Really? Look at that. Or over here, where we've got Andy, 40, that's 11 pounds, more than 11 pounds a week and 60 inches. His A1C from 7.9 to 6.2. Look at his LDL bad cholesterol, 120 dropped to 59 in 30 days. Now, we have one of the big studies here, I should tell all of you this, had nothing to do with weight loss. It's published in Nature Communications, which is considered the #1 or 2 medical journal in the world. The researchers, you got to understand, when they submit their work to them, the job of Nature Communications is to disprove what they're claiming. To give you an idea how exclusive it is, out of 100 studies that get submitted to them, they publish 7. It's the highest scrutiny of any medical journal in the world. What was the study on? The gut microbiome. For those who don't know what the gut microbiome is, that's your immune system in your gut. And they said gut microbiome remodeling and metabolic profile improved dramatically through protein pacing, which is what the 5 days a week where she's having 4 meals a day, and intermittent nutritional fasting, which she did 2 days a week. They said in 30 days, there was a 25% increase in what's called the biodiversity of the microbiome. Meaning, it's like if you planted a garden and you only plant corn. No, you're going to plant beans and you got to plant some other things. Because the community, think of it like a community, the more variety they have, the better off it is. And then in 8 weeks, they saw people, it's right in the study, with all kinds of challenges like acid reflux and Crohn's and colitis and leaky gut. Right in the medical, I'm not making up anything, it's in the medical study, massive improvement. That's why this isn't a diet. Yeah, you're going to get excited about the weight loss, but the main reason to do it is not to lose weight. That's the least important reason to do it. Am I making sense to all of you, the people that are still here? So I guess I want to know how to purchase these nutrients. Ruthie, again, with all due respect, just bear with me for a moment, Ruthie. So it's not, again, Ruthie, imagine the nutrients are the ingredients. Got it? Ruthie, do you cook? Because I don't, but I know the basics, right? My mom, I saw her, my wife, when she cooks, right? So she has, okay, she has, let's say, a recipe for chicken. I'm sorry, she wants to make chicken parmesan. So she gets the chicken, she gets the whatever the thing is, and she's got the ingredients. But do you agree, Ruthie, without a recipe, she doesn't have anything? So that's what I want you to try to understand. It's not just the nutrients, because it's the nutrients, it's the food from the grocery store, and then it's the recipe. It's 5 days a week, but it's not just simple like, oh, you're going to have 4 meals a day. No, there's a certain sequence and the amounts. And the other part I didn't even tell you, like, okay, so you have breakfast on the nutrients, and then mid-morning you have a snack. Well, the snack is something that's crazy. People can't believe it. I'm having a snack. And then lunch from the grocery store, but that grocery store is based on serving sizes. It's important that you have other kinds of food. That's really important. It's not just the nutrients, it's these other kind of foods. So the recipe of what you do, when you do, how much you do is critically important. Think of it, excuse me, think of it like a recipe. Excuse me, what? God, I hope I'm not dying. But anyway, so 5 days a week, those 4 meals a day. It's not just that simple. It's the serving size. It's when you're eating it. How much water are you drinking? For example, there's another example of something, right? And then 2 days a week, critically important, these 5 foods, the amounts 8 times a day, those nutrients. It's not just, again, it's the recipe. I hope I'm making sense, Ruthie. I'm not trying to be, honestly, I'm not trying to be evasive. This is really complicated. And that's why, again, the coaches are there to educate you, and you get this blueprint for success, which was developed by the researchers, not by me, not by us. And all these yellows are daily tutorials. Even here, there's actually, I know you can't quite read it, but you can see those are the daily videos from the researchers saying, okay, you're on day 1. This is why it's not a diet. This is why it's safe. This is what we saw medically. Because remember, they were bringing people in for blood, stool, urine, and fat analysis every week. They were checking them every 7 days. You're not an experiment, but I want you to understand that the nutrients and the regular food are one thing, but really, I would say the how-to, the recipe is more important even than what you're consuming. So let's say it's probably 60% what you're going to is how you consume it, and 40% is really what you're consuming. Because it's not going to do you any good to just, otherwise we just give you a recipe. I see people on social media doing that all the time, like with this ridiculous time-restricted eating, which is just total nonsense. It's nothing more than a low-calorie diet. That's it. And they're giving you recipes. I mean, they seem like nice people, and I'm not going to disparage them, but it's total nonsense. And there's not one shred of medical evidence backing up what they're saying. That's the problem across the whole social. And I'm not, look, I know you all think I'm some egotistical fool. That's not true. I was on death's doorstep 23 years ago. My doctor said I had 18 months to live. This protocol saved my life, or it's evolved, an early version of it. Hell, I lost 40 pounds in 7 weeks. I've kept it off for 23 years, and that's not the good part of my story. You know, I just think that we have a tremendous responsibility to awaken mom, to you, Ruthie, to say, look, we did not invent this, but we were taught how to teach you how to do it. And one of my biggest challenges to Ruthie and to Heather and to all of you was we only have so many coaches. I mean, I'm serious, we do. But what happens, you take someone like, well, you could take someone like, let's say, well, I'll show you right here. So one of the athletes, for example, that his friends saw him and wanted to know what he was doing, and he taught them how to do what he was doing. So we're relying on people like yourself. You don't have to. There's no obligation. It doesn't make any difference, okay? But we're counting on people to say when someone asks, which she did, this young lady here, what the heck did you do? Although she didn't actually end up coaching, but her father did. Because her father also went on and had an incredible result. And then as far as I know, I think her mother went on it, her brother, her cousins, I mean, a lot of people. And her dad, who's a major real estate guy, he had such an amazing turnaround in his life that he coached those other people. We taught him basically how to do it but he'd been through it. So the thing that I want to impress upon you, I'm not trying to impress you, but I want to impress upon you, this is going to change the world. It really is. And it's not some simple, slick, here's 5 recipes, here are the nutrients, and you figure it out on your own. We didn't figure it out. It's not our research. But these researchers, they worked with me in particular to develop this. I'd been doing this for when I met them or met the chief researcher, it was probably, I'd been at it for about 21 years. But even in those 21 years, the researchers said, look, we can't talk about these medical studies, or I'm sorry, these medical studies right here until they're published. I didn't realize how long it takes. A couple of the studies were back in 2012, 13 years ago. So these studies, just because you do the study, let's say it's a 2 or 3 or 4 month study, then it could take you a couple of years before the journals will even look at it. And then they have strict criteria. How many people were there? Did you do blood, stool, urine, and fat analysis? And the journals have rankings. There's like, I think 180 or 190 journals. Well, you don't want to be in journal number 190. You want to be, in the top 10 or the top 5. In this case, in Nature Communications, the number 1 journal in the world. It's so critically analyzed and scrutinized to get in. That's why they reject 93% of the people who submit studies. They won't even look at them, let alone discredit them. Because the journal is spending money to the researchers who validate or don't validate what these researchers are claiming. They take 7 out of 100. That's pretty exclusive club, isn't it? That's why this is so sick. And you understand, with all due respect, these other researchers, why are you listening to them when they don't have one shred of medical evidence? And of course, people want to come on, they want to argue with me. Well, of course, it's about calories in, calories out. It's BS. You don't know what you're talking about. Really? Wait a minute. Let me brag a little bit, okay? This is a new book. I'm going to show it to all of you. That's pretty much going to go to like every medical doctor, I guess, in the world. It was published in England. You can read it there. It's called Current Trends in Community Health, right? Well, they picked, see if I can find it here. They picked, I hope you can read that. It says weight management and integrated medical approach. They picked me along with a medical doctor and some other people, but I was the chief author on the chapter on weight management. Pretty big honor for me. And the people that come on and say it's BS or I don't know what I'm talking about. Really? They could have picked a lot of people to write that chapter. And I will be honest, I just simply shared the medical results of these other researchers. That's my job. I'm the researcher of the researchers. It's not my research. But I believe I'm alive today because of this. I'll tell you one other story. I don't often tell this because it can be emotional, but I want you to all understand. So my younger brother in 2011 was diagnosed with kidney cancer. My brother was 6'4". My brother was a very famous news anchor. Let me leave it at that. He'd won, I think, 25 major journalistic awards, including Edward R. Murrow, which would be the equivalent of like an Academy Award. And I'll never forget that he was having back pain. And so his general physician, his internist, sent him to an orthopedic guy because they thought he had a disc or something because he was having this back pain. And so we went in. He had moved to Denver. He was retired from the news at that point, not for that reason, but just because he also got divorced, and there were some other things going on in his life that weren't good. But anyway, so we went into the orthopedic guy. They did an MRI, and they said, come back in 4 or 5 days, and we'll have the results. So we came back. I was with him, and I was just sitting out in the waiting room, and a nurse came out. And she said, your brother wants to see you. And I thought, well, that's a little bit odd. Why? So anyway, I walked in this room, and there was my brother, this big guy, bent over, crying vociferously, and he said, I'm going to die. What? The oncologist, this was the orthopedic guy. He had a X-ray up on the screen, and my brother, you could see his spine, and there was a tumor about the size of a baseball wrapped around his spine. Wow. So immediately we went over, they went over and referred us to an oncologist, a surgeon, who they scheduled. It was like 5 days later, they scheduled a major surgery, 8 hours to remove the tumor. My brother went on chemo and radiation, and about 9 months later, they couldn't do any more for him. They said he's going to go into hospice. And I'll never forget it. It was a Saturday night. And back then, and again, I'm not trying to impress you, this is what I was doing. I was lecturing literally 4 or 5 nights a week all over I'd even been to China, but certainly North America, Canada, Europe, whatever, and Mexico. And so my brother called me up and he said, I mean, we knew Monday he was going to go into hospice, right? He was on a morphine pump at that point on demand, so he could just press it based on the pain. Because by this time it had spread to his bones and it was really horrific. And he called me up this Saturday night, and he said, "Hey, will you bring me a beer?" I said, "Yeah." So I went and we were talking and we were laughing some, we were crying some, and it was pretty obvious that this was his last stand, right? And so I told him, I said, listen, his name was Patrick. I said, Patrick, I was scheduled to go Monday. I was going to the East Coast to speak in New York, and actually the end of the week on Friday night in Washington, D.C., actually in Bethesda, which is a little north of the capital. And I said to him, look, I'm going to cancel my speaking engagement. And he sat up in that bed and he pointed at me and he said, Peter, you don't sit here and watch me. He said, you go out in that world, and if you can make a difference in one person's life, you do it for me. So reluctantly, I got on an airplane. I flew out. I'll never forget, it was Friday afternoon in Washington. I was going to go on at 7. It was about 6:30, and his wife called me, and she said, look, your brother's really struggling. Will you talk to him? And he was really on more. I don't know if he heard me or not. And I just told him, look, don't worry about it. He had his daughter and his wife. I said, don't worry about them. I'll take care of them. So I went on at 7 o'clock. And at 7:15, while I was on stage, my brother died. When my brother died, he actually weighed 112 pounds. He was 6'4". He looked like a skeleton. But the reason I'm so passionate, the reason I get sometimes I really get upset, because I'm doing what he wanted me to do. And if in all this time and all these podcasts that I'm doing, if I can make a difference in one person's life, that's what he wanted me to do. Now, it's been a lot more than that. But it obviously would really please him if one of you would be that person. That's my motivation. That's why I do this 7 days a week. Most days I'd say, and I'm not bragging, but I start as early as 6 a.m. and I'm lucky if I get out of here by 6 at night. So it's 12 hours a day, except maybe on Sunday. I probably do 6 hours. And tomorrow it's Mother's Day, so I'll probably just do one in the morning really early, like 6 my time, 8 Eastern time. I take this really seriously. I really, really, really do, for a lot of reasons. But obviously my brother was a huge motivation. I can't ignore what he asked me to do. It's just I still have his last voicemail on my phone. I hope none of you have ever have to go through anything like this. And I'm not trying to scare you to death, but you need to be aware that being overweight, according to Harvard Medical School, contributes to between 50 and 60 known diseases. And obviously, it's a leading contributing factor. Lots of things now they're saying, even like cancer, like obviously heart attacks, and a lot of things like that. Not me, I didn't invent it. But we have something that's making such a difference in so many people's lives. And our job is not to sell you, not to convince you, but to make you aware of what's available. And the majority of you, you're not even going to go to the website above our head there in blue, the New Health Conversation. It's free to go there. There's nothing to buy. There's no buy buttons. My brother never said go out there and sell people. My brother never said go out there and convince people. My brother said go out there and educate people, because I didn't know what I know now. I'm not saying I could have done anything that's 14 years ago. and he died. But I know that I'm making a difference in lots and lots and lots of people's lives, despite the people that want to come on and they don't like me and they want to call me names. Yeah, big deal. I know I get really upset about it because I feel like it takes away from the people. If one of you can have the kind of results, like how about the 80-year-old that lost 90 pounds and can go run upstairs now and do pickleball 3 times a week and swim 3 times a week and walk 4 miles a day? Or, there's a 91-year-old, I didn't tell you the rest of the story, and her story was that 3 months ago she is in a nursing home on a walker, fell down 3 times. And her younger sister, the 80-year-old, actually put her on part of this protocol. And after, I think it was a month, she got rid of the walker. She's 91. She's taken taekwondo classes at 91. This is not a diet. It's a new way of living your life, no matter what your age is. That's what I'm saying. We have 2-year-olds doing this, 91-year-old, an 80-year-old. We have a man with a heart transplant, people with no thyroids, people with no gallbladders, people with kidney transplants, and we're not treating, diagnosing, making any medical claims whatsoever. We don't have the power to do that, nor will we. But you all have an amazing, amazing, amazing opportunity to change your lives if you want to. It's not up to us. It's up to you. That website could change the rest of your life. There's the #1 nutrition physiologist, weight loss in the world. There's it says 60 minutes, it'll change your life. Like, no kidding. I'd be shocked to bet if you went to the website and watched that interview, you'll never count calories. You'll never do a regular diet again. You'll want to do this. Not because anybody convinced you or twisted your arm, because the proof is there, the medical proof. Does that make sense to all of you? I'd love to have some comments in the comment section. Mancino graphic t-shirts, that's cool. Ruthie, #1, thank you. Heather, I don't know if you're still on. I'm sorry I get off on that tangent, not a tangent, but that story about my brother, and I'm proud of myself. I didn't, a lot of times I break down. It's still hard for me to believe that he's gone. My little brother, my younger brother. How's that possible? Where'd he go? But he motivated me, and I know that I've made a difference in so many people's lives. I know I have. And it's not me. That's why the website, it took a long time to do it. I don't want to be in the convincing business. I don't want to be in the selling business. I want to be in the education business. I want you to become aware of what's possible. But the majority of you are going to still do keto, paleo, Mediterranean. You're going to listen to these influencers. They're nice people. I'm not going to disparage them. But there's not one shred of medical evidence, not one shred, not one scintilla, not a scintilla of evidence that any of these diets work long term. They just don't. I mean, when I got it right here, Johns Hopkins Medical School, for crying out loud, study predicts obesity apocalypse by 2030. 86% of Americans are going to be overweight or obese in less than 5 years. Does that sound like what you're doing is going to work? We've just been so brainwashed by all these people telling us it's about calories in, calories out. I had someone earlier that said, well, it's about a calorie deficit. No, it's not. No, it's not. It's an opinion. But the evidence says, in all the studies, that 2/3 of you, if you are, which every diet out there is some form of calorie counting. Medicare says 2/3 of you are going to gain more weight. Well, not even their studies. They just reference studies. All the studies are saying now that 2/3 of you, by counting calories, are going to gain more, going to end up ending up weighing more than when you started. Does that sound like a good program? You know, we have over 2 million people, sadly, in this country now that weigh over 500 pounds. Something's terribly wrong. You know, I see that show on TV, My 600-Pound Life, and sadly, they'll come on there and say they put them on a diet, they're low calories, calories in, calories out, and they want them to lose 30 pounds in a month. Really? I mean, wait a second. Curtis, he didn't get them. Wait a minute, he lost 40 pounds in a month. He didn't weigh 600 pounds. You all have an amazing opportunity to change the rest of your lives if that's what you want to do. So, wow, this is going to be my all-time record. You people have been so nice, so gracious. I haven't had any like skirmishes, I call them. Sometimes I do, because I make people really mad because I'm shaking up their, I'm shaking up their belief system, and they're so hardwired in. This whole thing about calories in, calories out. I go in some threads. There's one for, I think it's an Instagram actually. Hundreds of people coming on. They're all just calories in, give me a diet hack, do this. It's just sad because it's just 100% of the people believe that the only way to lose weight is calories in, calories out. It's just total nonsense. It doesn't work. It won't work. It's never worked. So this is my all-time record. I'm almost at 4 hours, a 4-hour podcast. It's because of all of you that I want to stay engaged. Is anybody coming on? Anybody new that would like to ask me a question? How did he do that? How did he lose? That's 10 pounds a week, 52.5 inches. Look, he's an older gentleman. A1C from 8.4 to 6.4, triglycerides 242 to 124 in 30 days. Do you all see that? You think it's Photoshop? You think it's fake? You think it's AI? You can. But look at it. Look at it, everybody. Look at that. Does that look like anything you've ever seen before? Or, I mean, how about 5 pounds a week, everybody? 38.75 inches in 30 days, not 30. Look at that. Look at that. I shouldn't have to convince you of anything. Yes, you could say, this guy's a liar. No. Look, I have a certain, credibility, I guess. I've written 4 best-selling books. I've worked with some of the top medical. Listen, I discovered a medical syndrome with U.S. Patent Office registered trademark. Really? That every person in the world has, and I discovered it? Or how about this book? Oh, that's a trick title? No, it's real. Your Third Brain. I wrote it. I know you can't quite see him there in the white. You can see him in the bottom. He's the top oncologist in the world and a molecular biologist, and worked with 2 people who won the Nobel Prize in medicine. They don't think I'm dumb. They don't think I'm whatever the names people call me, because it's just they're so hot wired into calories in, calories out. Keto, paleo, Mediterranean, time restricted eating. It's all, there's nobody that can support the premise with 80% of America overweight, 50% obese, 50% pre-diabetic. Honest to God, do any of you, I'd love for you to put in the comment, tell me a diet you think works long term, because there's no evidence to support it. All the evidence says that 2/3 of you that go on diets by counting and restricting calories are going to gain back more weight than you lost. That's not my opinion. Now, you may not like that. You may not like me. It doesn't matter. Science doesn't care. They don't care about me. That's something I do love about science. And I've been a nutritional researcher for 23 years. And that is that science it has no emotions, unlike me. It has no agenda. It has no prejudice. It just is. And where are we today? Well, 550 years ago, I think that's about right. The smartest people in the world, do you know what they all were saying? They all said it. The scholars, the scientists, everybody, that the world was flat. They did. Well, what are they telling you now? The only way to lose weight is calories in, calorie deficit, calories in, calories out. And people will argue, they'll come up with things like it's thermodynamics. No, it's not. Thermodynamics in physics applies to a closed loop system where the energy is contained. The human body isn't open. It's open, and the energy is not all the energy is retained. It's just a stupid argument. I shouldn't say stupid. I don't mean to say that. They really believe they're right. But again, they didn't do the research to look more than a scintilla deep as for the real facts. I'm not bragging, but I've written, well, my God, what have I read? Like 5, 6, I've spent over 10,000 hours in research. I've flown to meet these researchers in person, 2 million miles just on United Airlines. I've also flown on Frontier. I've flown on, I used to be Continental. I've flown on, who else have I flown on? American and, Spirit and you name it. I don't know how many. It's a lot of miles. You see, I didn't just call these people up on the phone. I met with them. I was trained by them. In some cases, I wrote books with them. Well, especially the top oncologists in the world. To do what? To bring you this information, to bring you this irrefutable medical proof, medical evidence. None of it's my opinion. I mean, I know that people they really get crazy mad, calling me really names. Why? When you have peer-reviewed human trial studies, the discussion's over. There's no more discussion. It's already been vetted by the top people in the world. So I can't believe I've done 4 hours and 3 minutes. Wow. And some of you have hung in there. And I think we've run out of runway here or something. So I'm going to just say one last thing. Would anybody like to ask me a last question before I close this out for the day, for the night, until tomorrow when I probably will do one like around 8 a.m. Eastern time tomorrow morning. But again, I'd love for anybody to ask me questions. But again, if someone's coming on late so you don't miss out, you can see above her head there in blue, the new health conversation, and you can find out how did she do that. And an interview with the #1 nutrition research physiologist in the world, the #1 person who doesn't have any products. They don't sell anything, but they created the system or the protocol she used to create. She lost 60 pounds in 3 months. That's 5 pounds a week for 3 months and lost all that weight. And you can see her face and her arms and her stomach. It looks like a different person. It's the same person. She's the daughter of a friend of mine who's a realtor, and she's kept it off. That picture is about 9 years ago. So she's been able to keep it off for 9 years. I lost 40 pounds in 7 weeks, 23 years ago. I've kept it off for 23 years. So would anybody else like to make a comment or a question or anything before I close this out after 4 hours? Wow, that's got to be a record for me. 4 hours. So no questions. Okay. Well, I'm going to end this podcast now. I mean, I'm worn out. I'm done for the day. I was going to take a break 2 hours ago, and people kept coming on and engaging, which is great. That's what I want to do. That's what I want to. I want you all to be in a position where you can see the medical. It's right there for you, right above our head in blue. The new health conversation. It's free to go there. We won't contact you if you go there. Only way we'll contact you, you notice right above it says free coaching to ensure your success. You can scroll down and get a free coach. It's not a trick. It's not like, oh, well, you do your initial consult and then we charge you. No, it's free the whole time. Someone coached us. We feel it's called Pay It Forward. If any of you have ever seen that movie, if you haven't seen the movie, wow, watch that movie. What a great movie. Sad, but it's really good. And it's all about doing acts of kindness for other people again, we're doing what we're doing based on what? Based on someone helped us. Someone did it to us. We didn't know how to do this. Someone taught us. And now we're teaching you. We're teaching other people how to teach people how to do this, right? So labels, hopefully you can see there. It's up to you. You can go to the New Health Conversation and see all the medical proof or not. Because if you go there, Ellen Bells, I guess that's the handle. We're not going to contact you. We don't do that. We let you be in charge, you be in control. You can, if you like what you see at the New Health Conversation, you can scroll down and you can sign up for a free personal consultation with one of our coaches. It's totally free. There's nothing to buy there. There's no buy buttons. It's only the medical proof that you all can see. How in the world did she do that? How did Kristen lose 21 pounds in 38 inches in 30 days? How did Julie look at that transformation? She lost 35 pounds in 37 days, but look at the change in her shoulders, her arms, her stomach, and her legs. It's the same person, okay? And then we get into, this is, someone a little bit older, You've always heard when you get older, it's hard to lose weight. Well, he lost 40 pounds and 52 inches in a month. His lab work went from his A1C from 8.4 to 6.4, his triglycerides from 242 to 124 in 30 days. 30 days. Is that, I know you think it's photoshopped, it's not. And then Andy, who's younger, look at that, 45 pounds, 60 inches in 30 days. That's more than 11 pounds a week. His A1C from 796.2. Look at his bad cholesterol, LDL, from 120 dropped to 59 in 30 days. Has anyone ever seen anything like that before? And again, I want to come back for the people that are just still here, Ellen Bells or user 388. You can, right above her head, you can see it, the new health, no spaces, just the new health conversation. You type into the, you put it in Google and it'll come up and you'll find out how in the world was she able to lose 60 pounds in 3 months. You can see she has no loose skin. Look at the transformation in her body, how amazing that really is. Okay? So anyway, I am going to end now. Thank you all for being here. You've made it an incredible podcast, longest one in history I've ever done. 4 hours and 8 minutes and counting. 49 minutes and counting, okay? But I've got to stop my voice, otherwise I won't be able to talk. Maybe that's a good thing, okay? So anyway, all of you have a wonderful rest of your evening. Ellen Bells, I hope you will go to the website, The New Health Conversation, see for yourself, and or user 388 or anybody else that's on here. So I'm going to say bye, adieu, whatever I say, because I know this podcast goes all over the world. It's now morning in, it's morning in Australia. It's middle of the night in England and whatever, but we'll persevere. Thank you all. Bye-bye.